Call the meeting to order. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Redistricting of Directors, February 9th, 2022. If you'll all join me in the salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Division 1. Here. Division 2.
Here.
Division 3.
Here.
Division 4. Here. Division 5.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, we will have, we'll take public comment on any items that are not on today's agenda. If you would like to comment on any item pertinent to the NID business, start on your phone at this time. And we have Joe Gamble with his hand raised. Joe?
I want to speak to item 10 under general orders, so I'll defer until you're ready for that.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to comment on any item not on today's agenda? Start on your phone. All right, I don't see any. Chris, do you see any? Any?
I'm not seeing any.
First item on our agenda is redistricting update. Receive a presentation for redistricting partners to discuss preliminary draft maps.
I am looking for a consultant.
So I can start while we are waiting for the consultant. So as the board is aware, we're in the process of redistricting. There was a suite of maps that was presented to the board last time. We did receive direction at that time to come up with a fourth map, which has been completed. So the purpose of today's conversation and discussion is to receive either final approval for the suite of maps. We're not voting today. It's for the suite of maps that will then come back for approval in March, or for any additional direction the board would like to provide regarding any new maps. And so we do have the consultant here. The presentation will be fairly brief, in that we were really only discussing the one new map that was made. But once the board has the chance to opine on what we have been presenting, then we can either take direction to bring back this suite of maps to the board for final consideration and voting, or we can receive direction to develop any new maps the board so desires to have. And so with that, do we have Paul on the line?
I am not seeing him this morning.
Okay.
That's a different Paul. No, he is not here. So I don't know if we want to go through the presentation or wait for him.
I have his.
Can we come back to it? Can we come back to it?
We can come back to it, and I have his cell phone number.
Thank you. Who's calling?
There you go. Jeopardy. What's that?
Apologize for that. We are having staff call him. Unfortunately, these redistricting folks have big work only every decade, so they tend to not always be the most responsive.
Paul's last name?
Mitchell.
Like the
I was like, Mitchell. Like the hair. Okay, yeah, we're not.
Not seen him. He has his invite and a reminder this morning, so.
Okay, we are not seeing, so if the board so desires, we can move this presentation to the end of the agenda. Once again, I apologize.
When he comes on,
Or when he comes on?
Yeah, when he comes on, so.
Yeah.
as long as we're not into something.
A lot of stuff.
What will we be into?
Okay. Does that sound good for everybody?
Fine.
Okay. We will, for the members of the public, we will be postponing the redistricting discussion until further in the agenda. Okay. Okay, next item is the consent agenda. We have a motion.
President, I'd like to pull, I'd like to pull two items, please. Item 2, the minutes, and item 4, the wildlife recovery and forest resilience grant proposal for discussion.
And here's Paul.
All
right.
Do we want to just
Well,
accept?
let's finish this.
We'll finish our consent.
Okay.
Any other items, board members like to say? Let's see, do we have any public comment on items 3, 5, 6, and 7 at this time? I'll start on your phone. All right, then I will, entertain an emotion.
Make a motion to approve on the consent agenda items 3, 5, 6, and 7.
I have a second.
Second?
Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 4. Aye. Division 1.
Aye.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, Director Heck, item number 2.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is just a comment only, and this is really for the benefit of staff who is listening or maybe present, that we had over the last number of months several items on our closed session agenda that were called closed session for evaluation of general manager. And I wanted to let folks know and point out that this board gave our general manager, Jennifer Hansen, an overwhelming vote of confidence. And we think she's doing a great job. So just wanted to point that out.
You're here.
Yes. Thank you. Agreed. And I would like members of the public to also know that
Yes,
too.
of course, the members of the public, but I know that staff has had concerns, so I've heard, and I just wanted to assure them that we are very happy with what we have going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
I greatly
Everybody,
appreciate that.
you're doing great.
And with that, I would move approval of the minutes.
How about 4?
Well, let's do 2 first.
We do
You
two
pull,
first.
okay, so
Oh, but yeah, public comment, thank you.
so sorry.
Would any member of the public like to comment on this, item? Turn on your phone. Okay, now I'll take a motion.
Okay, I would move approval of the minutes of January 28th, 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please?
Division 4.
Aye.
Division 1.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Thank you, Director Heck. And then, item 4.
Thank you. This will be a bit of a discussion, and this was with regard to this Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant. And on the staff report, page 2, it mentions on the third bullet that there will be an application of herbicide to control growth of chaparral and fire-prone brushy species as necessary, and so on. And so, because I know that there are a lot of folks that live in the area, and it is our watershed, I just wanted to have a discussion about what the herbicide is, the toxicity, if we know, and what would be the impact to the watershed. And the fourth point is, are we letting folks know who live within that area, or the sphere, whatever you want to call it, that we will be spraying?
Okay, thank you, Director Heck. At the moment, unless we have Nasa King on the line,
Lisa is on the line.
is she? The actual herbicide, she may have a direct knowledge of what the herbicide is. I will state, at the location that these 300 acres are being applied to, these are going to be spot applications of an herbicide on top of cut trees, as we spoke about yesterday, the downed and fire-prone trees that we'll be cutting so that not to necessitate regeneration growth on the tree itself.
So that's stump regrowth.
Stump regrowth.
So,
Yes,
so it's
we are not,
spraying another story.
we are not talking a broad spray herbicide over a 300-acre parcel. Many of these areas are quite far away from human habitat or, homes. So we're in some rather densely and lightly populated areas where these trees are going to be, where this herbicide is going to be applied. It is spot application, not broad scale. To the effect that we've notified various homeowners in the area, that is, I'd have to ask NESA this and exactly what type of herbicide we'll be using. So NESA, if you are on the line, do we have her up?
She is.
Lisa is on the line.
You're muted, NESA, on your end. Maybe, try that again.
Nasa, are you available to provide input?
There she is.
Hello, am I online?
You are, perfect.
Thank you very much. I think I was able to follow that as I was frantically trying to get audio hooked up. And I think I understand. I heard Director Heck's questions about which herbicide would be applied, concerns regarding toxicity, concerns regarding notification of adjacent landowners, and concerns regarding potential impacts to watershed.
Very good, Nancy, you did great, man. That's exactly my question.
Okay, so what I can explain is that this practice of stump spraying, which is done as a spot treatment, it's not a general spraying across the watershed, is really the best practice that is being employed in burned areas to reduce the regeneration of these lower understory scrubby oaks that will sprout naturally from the stumps. So the objective here is to extend the benefit of the wildfire risk reduction. I also understand that there are concerns about toxicity of herbicides. I understand that for sure. And what I can say, I cannot name a product because I don't have that information yet, but we would work with our pest control advisor. We have an in-house vegetation management licensed pest control advisor. And so anything we use, a recommendation will be written. It has to be approved by the ag commissioner before we apply it to the ground. That's part of working with our CAL FIRE partners. That's the CAL FIRE exemption, the permit we're using to do this work. I'm not sure, I think Greg, so I hate to repeat what Greg was saying. These areas are quite remote. They are, quite a distance from any adjacent house, let alone even a property boundary. So we haven't actually, Director Heck, we haven't considered notification of adjacent landowners, but that is certainly something we can consider because often if we do a large-scale project, we're notifying neighbors just due to the increased activity in the area.
And then lastly, Nancy, could you speak to whether this herbicide would run off into the watershed itself, like, into the Bear River in this case? Or could have any talk on fish or the river system?
So I can't answer that, but what I would say as a watershed scientist is that is one of the things that I would work very strongly and diligently to avoid. And my understanding is the reason that spot spraying is done is you can very carefully control both the application location and the amount. So you wouldn't apply it within any stream side protection zone. You wouldn't apply it adjacent. The Bear River already has setbacks that we put in for water courses to protect it. I think all of that is built into the application plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to highlight that because I'm concerned, I think we're all concerned about pesticide use in our watershed or herbicide use. And I just wanted to have this discussion. So thank you, NESA and board members.
Yeah.
Lastly, did we get that changed to the resolution?
We did, staff greatly apologizes for the and so on that was included in the resolution.
Is that legal?
Very,
So what happens with these grants is the grant, the grantee will provide a draft resolution, and that did not, I did not do a good job of checking their resolution to remove anything that we would not typically say. So and so on has been removed.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. Thank you, everyone.
Could I just, I just think this is another great example of grant funding, that the district is working hard to achieve. So, you know, out of $1 million project, over $1 million budget, $924,000 coming from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So I just want to acknowledge your partnership. We heard more about that last night, and I think that the district is the recipient of really important funding, something that Laura has advocated for, the accessing grants. So anyway, great example, and I was hoping somebody would pull so that we could just say that.
I agree, it's wonderful, good work, everybody, for getting the grant. I just wanted to have that
Yeah.
piece highlighted.
No, I appreciate it, and I would add NASA and Cameron's work that we talked about a little last night. Their relationships that they've built over the years with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the work that NID has done with SNC, I think has put us in some really incredible positioning
Yeah.
for a grant such as this, as well as future grants moving forward, that we are a trusted partner, NID, with local grantees. And they seek us out to help distribute some of their state-funded money that sometimes it's really difficult to get to. And we have the capacity, we have the opportunity, and we have the projects on the ground that we can put forth. This money, as you noted in the budget, we have budgeted roughly $400,000 anyway for this work. This just will augment and amplify the work that we can do in a shorter amount of time. So appreciate the effort that our staff, NASA in particular, and Cameron are working on. And thank you for pulling it and pulling those concerns, because quite frankly, they are our concerns as well. And if you read early on in once this fire happened, that was some of our major consideration, was other toxic substances reaching the Bear River based on, you saw the photos from last night, there's way more toxic problems that we have at the top of the hillsheds in some of these areas along the Bear River that are of extreme concern. We will definitely utilize our staff and our expertise in-house as well as consultants to make sure that we follow the appropriate methodology and application of herbicide use. And it's just one of those points that will help us long-term, cost-effective, as long as we do it right and effectively.
Right.
And we will.
And I too want to commend Cameron and Mesa, and again, there's so much grant funding out there that I really encourage the district to pursue. Because there's DFW, the California Department of Water, Fish and Wildlife have grants for waterways, and we're in such an opportune location to really take advantage of leveraging district funds.
Yeah.
So good job, Cameron.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nasa. I would like to comment on the whole treatment of regrowth. As you've been watching, the county goes along the shops the side of the room, and stuff just comes back like crazy. A fact of nature is pruning promotes growth, and burning promotes growth. And the only effective way for those understory stuff and brushy things is a brush killer. It's not Roundup. Roundup is not a brush killer. And they are legal, and they are effective. And otherwise, you're looking at continuing to go out there with billions of dollars and mow this stuff down. And I don't see that ever ending. I mean, it's obviously the best for the environment. However, properly applied herbicides are, if they're the best management practices, you don't spray when it's raining, you don't spray when it's gonna run off, you follow all of the rules, and there are a plethora of them. I get certified every year to do this, and I have to go take the test this week. And, it's not just farmers aren't just out there spreading stuff around willy-nilly today in California. So I would very much approve of the spraying of those regrowth stuff, Rich.
And I'd like to add that there's a lot of effective organic herbicides out there, organically approved herbicides are benign to the environment. So
Is there a brush killer? I don't think there's a brush.
accordingly, and you got steamers, you got a whole bunch of stuff going on that are taking over, and they're cost effective. So, I think we've looked at those before, and I think probably needs a relook because there's better ones out there now.
Well, we'll be bringing this back as an update at some point in the future, and we'll definitely bring back what has been used and some photographs and help you understand the application process that we did.
Well, I'm in full support of this, and I'm excited to continue to keep this grant money flowing.
But we don't have it yet.
I know.
We don't have the grant money yet, it's just an application.
You'll get it.
So I didn't want anybody to interpret that I had some problem with it. I just wanted to, especially for the public and the board, just really have a discussion about the herbicide piece. So,
Fair enough.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Public
public comment? Any member like, the public like to comment on this discussion around the grant application for wildfire recovery and forest resiliency? Start on your phone. Like to comment, now's your chance. All right, I will entertain a motion for item number 4.
Mr. President, I would then move approval of item 4 and adopt a resolution 2022-08.
As amended.
As amended, yes. Thank you very much.
Second.
And so on and so on.
And so on.
Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Yes, Division 4. Aye. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, thank you all. All right, now I see that Mr. Mitchell is on the line. We will take up redistricting this time. Mr. Mitchell, are you there? Do you hear me?
So I can kick it off while he's getting himself oriented here. So as I'll kind of redo my spiel again. So the purpose of this item today is to receive confirmation from the board that this is the suite of maps that you would like to go forward for a vote, or if you would like to add any additional maps. As you'll recall, staff received direction at the last meeting to add on a 4th map, which we have done, which Mr. Mitchell will review. And then if we receive confirmation that this is a suite of maps the board would like to consider for a vote, we'll bring this back in March. Or if the board so desires, we can also develop any new maps, and then we'll bring back that suite for vote in the March timeframe. So with Mr. Mitchell, would you like to start?
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here again today. I'm going to go through real quickly the brief presentation. Some of this stuff will be repeating things we did the last meeting, but there are, as you know, about 60 attendees, and maybe some of them haven't seen this before. So we'll just go through it kind of briefly, and if people have questions, we can answer those. First off, as we've talked about before, redistricting is this 10-year process to rebalance districts so that everybody has equal representative power and also equal voting power. There are a number of rules that we use in this process. They range from everything from, the federal, U.S. Constitution and Supreme Court down to state law, and then sometimes any municipal ordinances that might be affecting you. The traditional ways that we draw lines are first off to draw districts that are equal sized, like I said, but equal size doesn't have to be perfectly equal. It can be within a range of 10%. So if you had, say, districts that had to be 100 people each, you could have one district that's 105 and another district that's 95. In the eyes of redistricting, that is permissible. It's presumed to be equal if it's within that 10% range. Districts need to be contiguous, meaning that they need to be whole parts. But there will be sometimes agencies that have what we call islands, which are little areas that might be outside of a district physically, but we try to put it back into the appropriate election district based on where it's functionally contiguous. We want to maintain communities of interest, and anybody who's watched these hearings in the past knows that the way that the directors have been talking about these potential districts have been around those communities of interest, whether it's the ways in which the public is utilizing services of the NID, or the communities around more urban areas or more rural areas, or actually the cities themselves. Because a lot of people will say, you say, what's your community? And I say, well, my community is Arden Arcade, the part of Sacramento I live in. And so for a lot of people, just the city name itself and the city's boundaries itself can be that community of interest. And that's where we get to the next section, which is following existing boundaries of, cities and counties is useful both in ensuring the lines are following communities of interest. And also, as we'll see in this line drawing, we might have some weird squiggly line in a plan, and somebody from the public might be looking at us and saying, hey, why is that weird squiggly line there? Is there some gerrymandering reason why that line was drawn that way? And we can say, well, look, here's the city boundaries for Grass Valley. That's why the line looks like that, because we're trying to incorporate the city. And it helps justify all the boundaries of each of the districts if we have some kind of existing geographic physical boundary or a city or county line that we can point to as the justification for that boundary. And then finally, keeping districts compact, which doesn't mean small, but it means keeping nearby populations in the same district. When we look at the existing districts, you're roughly looking at a set of districts that we would consider stacked, where you have these horizontal bands of districts going down. You do have in the current plan districts that have cities, some major cities split, but it was drawn based on keeping the districts balanced back when these lines were drawn. However, since the lines were first adopted, the total plan deviation for the district is basically a third of a district. 32.7% total plan deviation, meaning the biggest and smallest district are off by roughly a third of a district. And so when we make changes, we're going to have to make somewhat dramatic changes to the lines. And especially when we're making changes in a more remote area, the most populated district is over by 4,400. The most underpopulated is under by 2,000. As you know, there are parts of the district's footprint where when you move, 20 square miles, you're only moving 8 people. Other parts of the district, you move, 1/4 mile and you're moving 1,000 people. So depending on where you're talking about, you might see big physical shifts in lines, but really what we're talking about is the population, keeping those balanced. So we went through a number of plans. I'm going to kind of breeze past A, B, and C and then focus a little bit more on D at the end. But these plans are all what we would consider live plans. They've been on the agency's website. They are ready for adoption. They are within the deviation. They are plans you could consider, or you could, as a result of this meeting, say, okay, we only want to move one plan forward to the final hearing. Draft map A was a minimum change plan. Somebody might look at this and say, to me, it doesn't look like minimum change, because look at that district number 4 at the bottom, it did change a lot. The total plan deviation, 1%. And you can see, and we'll have these maps all looking like this, where you can see the existing footprint of the existing lines in the shaded area, and then the footprint of the new lines with the black lines here. You can see District 1 looks like District 1, District 5, a little bit shifting, District 2's shifting. The biggest shift is between 3 and 4, where essentially 3 is gobbled up about half of the physical footprint of 4, but not obviously half of its population in that final rebalancing. When we look at the next slide, we'll have this for each of the slides as well. We have the cities and their boundaries that you can look at. And when we look at the packets with the individual districts, you can see even a little more zoom in. Draft B, we tried unifying some cities, and now look at 3 and 4. Instead of 4 kind of getting squished down at the bottom, we've made these now vertical. It was more of an exploration of a different concept here. Deviation is 6%. And that footprint, again, we've changed the entire footprint in the northernmost district. We've changed the entire footprint of the southernmost district. And I think District 2 is the one that maybe is the most kind of in its existing footprint, but still pretty changed. And this is the city boundaries for that plan. You can see this relationship here in the northernmost district is, a lot of it has to do with the unification of Grass Valley into one district. Draft Plan C was a revision of A. So taking that minimum change plan and trying a different version, 2% deviation. You can see the underlying districts. You can see how, again, 4 wasn't just shifted down horizontally. It was shifted down more on one side than the other. And you can see the boundaries there. Now, D is the one that I want to focus in on a little bit because this was as a result of the last hearing. And I want to emphasize that there is this record of the discussion around these changes of creating Plan D. And those discussions were around taking those criteria that we're required to follow and using those criteria to devise a map that combined elements of plans B and C. So you'll see, starting from the top, this district number 1, and the numbers can change. You could change the numbers, but right now this is called district number 1. We take in that entirety of Grass Valley, and when I show that overlay, you'll see that. Then we also take in the entirety of Alta Sierra into 2. And then down here, we have the relationship of 3 and 4 from that draft plan. I think it was from C, this draft plan here, and create this new district. You'll notice some little artifacts of a census block that is a split census block because of the islands that we will have to go in and fix later. But based on this calculation, the total plan deviation of 6.2%, the overlay to the existing lines, and then the overlay to the cities, where you can see like District 1 is now a Nevada City Grass Valley district. That is really what comprises the bulk of it. District 5 is more that Penn Valley district. Alta Sierra entirely within District 2, and you can see these, every one of these little nooks and crannies of this southern boundary of 2 is because of this, the census designated place boundaries. And then you can see North Auburn is creating that boundary here for District 4, the break between Districts 3 and 4. And then Lincoln obviously is the most dense population center in District 4. So that version of plans is what we have come to you with as a potential compromise between those elements in the other maps at your direction. And we're happy to answer any questions. You can go forward and have all these plans still be live for your next hearing, or you could say, look, we really kind of want to hone in on this one map and maybe look at any other potential changes that can happen. Or you could just say, well, that one map looks fine to enough of us that we think we can move it to the next agenda and have the votes to adopt it.
Board. Director Holt.
I raised a small concern to Jennifer about the fact that, and Greg, you and I had talked about this a long time ago, part of in the Auburn Valley Country Club area, there's an area that a group of property owners initiated the process under Director Miller to be annexed to the district. And that process hasn't been completed, I would presume, because it shows those property owners still out of the district. So I can follow up with you separately or with Jennifer, however you like, but that I think should be corrected. It's only a small, I mean, maybe 5 or 6
Up
property
Ridgeway.
owners. Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
That and annexed.
So,
But it's not reflected in here.
yeah. What we can do is we can work with the county. Obviously, the way that we have to do it is whatever the boundaries currently are and what we've gotten from your GIS department as your current boundaries is what we have to use for this redistricting. However, when you annex property, and we're happy to work with your staff on this, when you annex property, you're going to be telling the county, hey, this is the additional parcels that we annexed, and they will put it into whatever is the appropriate district, either the district that it's adjacent to or the district that it's within. automatically. And we can make sure that if you guys have any concerns with either of the counties and that process, we're working with all the registrars, and that can definitely be addressed, even if midstream in this redistricting and annexation is actually implemented. We can make sure that that is transmitted to the county.
Perfect.
And I also believe there's some annexations in Division 4 as well.
That are not currently.
That are not reflected in the
Yeah, when
item
we
breakup.
first worked with you, when we did the first redistricting work a few years back, we actually were working off of two maps. One was your current map and one was the map of just all the most recent annexations that hadn't actually happened yet. We can definitely work with your GIS staff to make sure that if there's any kind of holes that need to be filled, that we do that and make sure that it gets transmitted to the county. You're not required to do a redistricting just because you've annexed property. If you annex more than maybe 20% of the district or something like that, then you might want to look at redoing it. But as long as it's, you know, small things like, you know, 6, 10, 30, 100 parcels, you don't have to worry about it that much.
So just so I'm clear, your concerns lie in the fact that these are parcels that are currently annexed and that are not existing. Okay.
Yeah, for instance, there's a square up here, I think, that you're referring to,
Right.
which we called the Upper Ridge Road annexation a couple years ago, and Paul, it was right when we were exchanging maps, and I think the two that you were working off of, at the time, it wasn't completed yet, and so we didn't have it in our GIS layer, but it has been done since.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
we'll update that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I would request 2 map revisions. So I'd like to see map B, the base of map B, but show that integrates the new boundaries that are reflected in map D for divisions 1, 2, and 5.
Wait,
So,
so the base of map B,
In the top map.
and the top of map D. That's a good way of saying, D is in dog.
And so it would reflect the modifications that were previously directed to have those communities of interest for Alta Sierra and Grass Valley.
Right.
Oh, I thought that was in here.
No,
the-
D was C and,
Okay, oh, I see, okay.
yeah.
Oh,
The
fine. I
the
don't-
proposed revisions weren't incorporated into any other map. So now we'll take
Let Karen
the hat
register.
of map D and the bottom of map B.
Correct.
let's look at that real quick, just so that we're all on the same page. So you want to do a plan that has the bottom here of B
Right.
and the top part of D.
D. Yep.
That top part of D is actually the top part of, is it the top part of C? Yeah. The top part of
So
C.
you had
So,
related to Alta Sierra and another community of interest, I believe it was Grass Valley, that were reflected in map D.
Right.
The dog, that were not incorporated into map B, as in boy.
Right.
well, this plan, so the top part of B,
Yes.
the top part of B is now the top part of D.
Yes.
And the bottom of D is the bottom part of C.
Correct.
But there were also other requested changes to the communities of interest, specifically of Alta Sierra, and it was also Grass Valley, wasn't it?
Right.
And that-
And Penn Valley.
And Lake of the Pines.
Right.
That were made in D as in dog. And Karen is requesting that those changes to those community of interest that are reflected in the top half as D as in dog get applied to the top half as B as in boy.
So the top half of B is the same as the top half of D.
So when you first started the presentation, you made a statement that you had made modifications based off of what was on the record to map D to reflect those communities' interest changes for Lake of the Pines
It was, so the changes in D are to Grass Valley and Alta Sierra, and it changes Division 5 to take in all of, a bigger swath of Nevada County, including Lake Wildwood,
Right.
instead of splitting it with Division 1. So the way I would say it is map D remains the same for Divisions 1, 2, and 5. I'm sorry. The revision I'm asking for is take the bottom part of map B,
B as in boy.
B as in boy, so that Divisions 3 and 4 are representative of map B as in boy, and the top half is representative of map D for Divisions 1, 2, and 5.
So map D is in boy, Division 3 goes all the way over here. Division 3 is taken
Correct.
in the rural area.
That's the city model.
Okay, however, what I think that you just described is map B.
It's not. So if you put map B and map D together, the top of map D is different than the top of map B.
Right.
They're asking for the top of map D, as in dog, to be placed on the bottom of map B, as in boy.
Dog ain't
If you
barking.
look at them right next to each other, you can see the nuance difference,
Right.
and it has to do with the communities of interest.
And D has this little red here.
Huge change.
Let me work something up and just so I can show them side by side real quick.
Chris?
D is in dog, is in B.
Well, that's all the way up in
He's got, yes, I'm just saying, it's a model.
I think it's fine.
It's
It's
recent.
another model.
I will get.
But I do see what you're saying, that 1, 2, and 5 are different on B than they are on D.
Right,
Correct.
that's
And I
right.
did not catch that difference until just
It-
Right.
pointed it
It's
out.
difficult to see unless you have them exactly side by side.
Yeah.
And that was a reflection of the comments that were received from the board, and that's how map D was developed.
Just,
I just can't see the,
Well, I can, is
You
it
can-
okay if I do this?
No, you can show him the,
I'm taking it apart.
No, I'm not, but,
you will vote this way, no.
no, that's not what I'm doing.
Here we go, I got now.
It's slightly different.
It is slightly different.
Okay, so let's look real quick here at this.
Doesn't have that.
This is Plan B, right?
Right.
And 1, 2, and 5.
yep.
This is Plan D's 1, 2, and 5. B, D, B,
Yeah, they're not,
D. The only differences are like right here between B and D.
yep.
There's a little bit of differences here, but that was differences that were needed in order to balance the population of the districts.
They were differences that were made as a comments from the board regarding wanting the community interest of Alta Sierra, Lake of the Pines, and Grass Valley to be,
Not split.
not split.
But does that do that?
So.
I think I think Paul may be right, though. I thought that map B did not reflect the changes for the top half of map D, but it looks like it does. He's saying that they,
But it,
Well, no, there's still a change.
there's still a change, it's different.
So there are-
It doesn't impact Alta Sierra
Alta
or
Sierra
Lake
right
of the
here, right?
Pines. Yeah, so it's not impacted.
So the only area that's different is in here. There are some minuscule changes between this and this. But if you were to say, hey, I want to take map D, but I want to put map B's version of 3 and 4 on it, that is map B. Map B has 1, 2, and 5 in this arrangement with Grass Valley whole, Alta Sierra whole. The only very small difference is like right here where there was just a necessary balancing for population to keep it under 10%.
okay, I'm sorry, I take us down a rabbit hole.
That's okay.
Not sure.
And we
Well,
don't-
now I
we
have
don't
a-
follow-
I know, I got it.
That's good, because I have another request.
Okay.
This one I think is real, though. So, Paul, I would like to look at the, map A, and integrate, so take the bottom of map A and put the top half of map B.
Bottom of A and top of B?
D is in dog.
Yeah, sure. Same as B as in boy, but yeah,
Yeah, pretty much
Yeah.
the same as B before.
we
Yeah,
can do that. We can call that map E, and we'll make it the bottom of A and the top of D.
I thought it was the bottom of C.
no, it's the bottom, A stays the same for 3 and 4, but 1, 2, and 5 become what is in map, either B or D, whatever makes sense to Paul.
Yeah, it's the same. So yeah, I can definitely do that and have it for you. So to be clear,
Thank
what
you.
it'll have is, it'll have this bottom, let me bring this up on the screen. It'll have this bottom configuration of 3 and 4, but then in this top configuration, it'll look like this: 1, 2, and 5 with Grass Valley Hole, Alta Sierra Hole, and it'll be that bottom like this and the top like this.
Correct.
I'm happy to do that. That will be map E.
What would be the purpose, is my question?
Variety and having full options that integrate all of the, kind of all of the maps with all of the possible iterations.
Oh, I see, all of the possible.
Possible iterations.
Yep.
Okay.
Choice is good.
It's fine, choice is awesome.
American way.
So are there any other maps the board would like to see?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm ready to vote.
No,
So,
we have to have the extra map.
well, how,
Oh, okay.
so what we will do is we will bring back all,
All
5 maps
5 maps.
to a vote at the next meeting in March.
Great.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks.
Very good. Thanks for being here. Okay.
Oh, public comment.
Next item is.
President Beerwagen, would you like to do public comment?
Yes, I would. Anybody, anybody in the public like to comment on a discussion about redistricting maps? At this time, start on your phone. Last chance, if you'd like to comment on redistricting maps at this time,
Thank
the process we're in, start on your phone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Sir? Next item is General Order number 8, SB 610, Water Supply Assessment, Idaho-Maryland Mine. SB 610, Rise Mine Project.
Okay, and
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, yes, you go ahead.
thank you, Mr. President. And for the benefit of those on the line and board and staff, I do have to recuse myself from this discussion. My personal residence is within the project area and sits directly over the mineral rights area of the applicant of Rice Gold. And it's been advised to me by both NID attorney and the FPDC attorney who I sought out. And the answer I got last night was, yes, you must recuse yourself. So with that, I will leave the room and recuse myself.
Thank you, Director Derrick. We appreciate that. And I'd just like to say at this time, for the members of the public and those interested, this would be a very narrow discussion about NID's ability to provide water. It will not be a discussion today about water quality or whether your well goes dry, whether whether you're being made whole, because you have a well, those kind of discussions, or even if you agree with the project or not. This is a narrow discussion about water supply only. And so I remind the board and the public that that's our purpose for bringing this item before the board today.
And could we add that those are the concerns of Nevada County, the lead agency?
Oh,
Yeah, and I got
and so General Manager Hanson is going to
Okay.
bring us up to speed on all that stuff. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Beerwagen. So I thought I would just take a moment to frame what the actual action before the board is this morning. I know that there is a lot of very significant concern within the community regarding the basically reoperation of the Rise Mine facility. And the concerns are very warranted. I have heard concerns from water quality to an expanded area of well impacts. So what I thought I would start out this conversation with, and we have county staff on the line as well as consultant staff who prepared the water supply assessment to be able to answer any questions that the board has, is to first tee up what the kind of legal framework under which we are taking this action into consideration today. So SB 610 was adopted. It's a Senate bill that essentially modified the California Water Code to require a water supply assessment to be completed anytime a city or county determines that there is a project that meets the project's definition underneath the water code. Typically, you will see water supply assessments required for larger developments or large water user type projects, for example, residential development. In this particular situation, this project has been determined to be defined as a project underneath the water code because the property is 40 acres in size. As President Beerwagen did reference, in this situation, NID is not the lead agency for the project. Nevada County is the lead agency. So how this process worked is Placer County is responsible for and is the lead agency and will be responsible for certifying the environmental review document. Am I talking too fast?
Nevada County.
I'm sorry, I'm in map B, I think, so.
You are.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I was talking too fast or I was saying something wrong. Okay, Nevada, I'm in the correct county now. So in this particular situation, a water supply assessment was requested to be reviewed by Nevada County of the district. A consultant, the applicant, which is traditional in these situations, does pay for the completion of the water supply assessment. It then goes to the county for their initial review, and then the water supply assessment comes before the board for consideration. Per the water code and what SB 610 did is it laid out a very clear and distinct process for not only requiring when a water supply assessment is needed, but also a process for which they are developed and subsequently considered for approval. In this situation, the water code requires that a water supply assessment be based off of the retail water provider's most current urban water management plan. As the board is aware, the district adopted an urban water management plan was early July timeframe, and this project was included in the urban water management plan supply projection. The urban water management plan is essentially a 20-year planning document that is required by state law to be updated on a 5-year basis. And so from that standpoint, the water supply assessment for this particular project, which is the Rise Mine, was required to be based off of the data that was included in the district's July urban water management plan, which it was. I have heard a lot of concerns related to the scope of impacts. There is concerns amongst the communities that the impacts are not scoped properly. We have also heard numerous concerns related to water quality. So the way that this process works is the county, as the lead agency, determines and approves the scope of the project as well as the scope of the impacts. The county then comes to the district and requests that we review and consider approval of a water supply assessment. NID is not, the district is not then responsible for modifying the scope of the project. And in fact, we we take lead from the county on what they have determined the scope of the project to be. So for example, if the scope of the project was determined through the draft environmental document process that it was inaccurate or needed to be expanded, then the project applicant in the county would resubmit a new water supply assessment to the district. So in this situation, the water supply assessment addresses two primary water uses. One is related to two existing meters that are currently in operation on the mine property. One is a 5/8 inch meter, and one is a 4-inch meter. Those are already existing and operational meters that can be used. The other consideration for water supply was related to the potential impact of approximately 30 homes that have the potential to be impacted from mine dewatering activities. In the draft EIR, there is a mitigation requirement for the project applicant prior to dewatering to construct the transmission lines as well as the lateral distribution system and the lateral connections to the 30 impacted residents that have been identified to be impacted by this project, and for them to be hooked up to potable water supply prior to dewatering occurring. That is a current requirement of the draft EIR. It's a mitigation requirement. These mitigation requirements, once the draft EIR or final EIR is certified, or if it is certified by the County Board of Supervisors, the county as the lead agency is actually responsible for making the final finding that adequate water supplies exist. This final finding is based off of the water supply assessment that is considered for approval by this board. The approval of the water supply assessment by this board does not mean that NID is in any shape, way, or form approving the project. That is out of our purview, and that brings us back to that this is a very, very legal kind of bookend decision that is coming before the board. And the simple question that's being asked of the district is, does the district have sufficient water supplies to provide water on an ongoing basis to 30 homes? This is not a decision that reserves capacity for the 30 homes. This is not a decision that evaluates or pontificates on the scope of the project presented to us. It is really very narrow. Do we have adequate water supplies for these 30 homes? And based off of the analysis, based off of our projections in our urban water management plan, even our agricultural management plan, the answer is that we do have water supply for 30 homes. And in fact, we would be somewhat in a moratorium basis if we could not determine that we had adequate water supply for 30 homes. So I know that there is a lot of concern out in the community, and we certainly understand that concern. I just really wanted to frame up what this decision was legally and what this decision is not legally. In order for the district to make a determination that adequate water supply did not exist, we would have to make legal findings to substantiate that determination. And this particular situation that would be extremely difficult due to our underlying urban water management plan that already contemplated the project. It should be also noted that these current parcels are within district, and that at any time today, they could request to hook up to NID potable water if they chose to no longer use their well. Now, with all that said, that does not mean that we do not understand the grave concern that there is within the community regarding this project. And we can talk about it a little bit more after the presentation from the consultant regarding the water supply assessment and the details associated with it. But the district is planning on writing a letter in response to the draft EIR as a public comment as well. We will be making public comment during the Planning Commission as well, meeting, as well as when the item goes before the Board of Supervisors. So, did I miss anything, Dustin?
No.
All right.
Very well said.
So we will now key into letting the consultant provide an overview presentation. We have county staff on the line as well to answer any questions that you may have at all. And then I do anticipate that we're going to have a robust public comment period, which is great. So I think we are ready to get started.
Thank you, Manager Hanson, President Beerwagen, members of the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors, Matt Kelly with the Nevada County Planning Department. Also here on the line today, we have Nick Papani with Rainey Planning and Management, is the county consultant who is preparing the draft EIR. We also have Elizabeth Dreyer with West Yost. They are a sub-consultant to Rainey and help prepare the water supply assessment that's before you today. I do have a presentation for you, and then I will let Nick introduce the project, and then Elizabeth will introduce the water supply assessment. So I will share my screen here. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, it
So-
has, it has the kind of side-by-side view, Matt. I don't know if there's a way to kind of just do the presentation component, but good morning, President, members of the board, Nick Papani, Vice President with Rainey Planning and Management. As Matt mentioned, we are under contract with the county to prepare the environmental impact report for the proposed project, which is currently out for public review and comment. Thank you, Matt. That looks good. We're going to go ahead and provide an overview of the project, and then I'm going to hand it over to Elizabeth from West Yost. West Yost is our consultant through the county's contract, and she'll be providing an overview of the water supply assessment and the findings. As has been already mentioned, Nevada County is the lead agency for the proposed project, having an approval authority over the EIR in terms of potential certification, as well as approval of the various entitlements that are identified in the environmental impact report, such as a rezone, use permit, reclamation plan, and the other entitlements identified in the project description chapter. So jumping into just an overview here, the proposed project is located on two surface properties, the Brunswick Industrial Site and the Centennial Industrial Site, which you can see here on the image. Just generally, the Centennial Site is south of Idaho-Maryland Road and Whispering Pines Lane. The site has a history of mine uses. It does also contain natural habitats such as Wolf Creek and associated riparian habitats, for example. The applicant has entered into a voluntary cleanup agreement with the Department of Toxics and Substances Control for a site remediation. That is a separate project that is in process and under DTSC review. The Brunswick Industrial Site, shown here in the southeast corner of the exhibit, is generally west of Brunswick Road. It consists of forested land, prior disturbed areas related to former mining and sawmill operations. South Wolf Creek does run through the property, and the property includes the Brunswick Shaft associated with the former mining and the existing concrete silo. The majority of the above ground facilities, access to the mine through the existing shaft that remains, as I mentioned, a treated groundwater outfall structure, and a portion of the engineered fill would be placed on the Brunswick Industrial Site. It is the intent of the applicant to also place engineered fill on approximately 44 acres of the Centennial Industrial Site. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. So this is the site plan. I know it's a little hard to see. It is in large form in the EIR of the, this is for the Brunswick Industrial Site. Due to the flooded underground workings of the mine, the initial dewatering of the mine would be required. As a result, the water treatment plant will be constructed early in the process such that the dewatering could be treated at the on-site water treatment plant. And the water treatment plant would be permitted through the State Regional Water Quality Control Board. And thus, prior to discharging any treated groundwater into the South Fork of Wolf Creek, the plant would be up and running and permitted through the state. Generally, underground mining would occur and would consist of tunneling, the first bullet here under underground mining. Basically, it's development in non-mineralized barren rock. That would generate approximately 500 tons per day. The barren rock would be transported to the Centennial and as well as the Brunswick site. Tunneling and blasting would also occur in mineralized rock to access gold quartz veins. That would produce approximately 1,000 tons per day. 50% of that would be utilized in a cement paste backfill and go back into the mine to help stabilize and fill some of the voids. And 50% of that would be after processing the mineralized rock through the on-site process plant. About 50% of that would be utilized with the barren rock to create engineered fill. The site also includes detention facilities to ensure that on-site stormwater runoff would be less than existing levels and treated prior to entering downstream waterways. Next slide. This is the site plan component for Centennial Industrial Site. As you can see, Wolf Creek is along the northern portion of the site. The fill that would be placed here, as shown in kind of the shading, would not be placed within the 100-year floodplain limits of Wolf Creek. Pursuant to Nevada County Land Use and Development Code, a floodplain management plan has been prepared to ensure that impacts to the creek would be addressed and ensure that no fill does occur within the 100-year floodplain limits. This site would also have detention to ensure that the post-project, if you will, runoff would not exceed pre-development levels, and that all runoff would be treated prior to entering downstream waterways. Next slide. So there will be continual inflow of groundwater into the underground workings of the mine, and that's why what's called maintenance dewatering is required. Itasca Denver performed robust modeling to evaluate the effects of ongoing dewatering. Itasca utilized a 3D groundwater flow model that has undergone extensive third-party review and is approved by the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection for use in permitting mines. This is a more robust model than has been performed previously. And Itasca Denver is available, I believe, on our call here to answer any technical questions if necessary. But the more robust modeling performed by Itasca is something I'll cover in just a little more detail here, but only on a general nature. The model was calibrated based on regional and local data, including well data. As part of the overall process, we hired West Yost not only for the water supply assessment, but also to conduct an independent peer review of the groundwater modeling performed by Itasca for the Idaho-Maryland mine project. West Yost concurred with Itasca's modeling analysis and findings, and that peer review is available as an appendix to the EIR. As a result of the Itasca groundwater modeling, the predicted drawdown range from 5 to 10 feet in the East Bennett area. And there is a map of that within the report and the EIR. And that is the area that is to be most affected based on the modeling that was conducted. And because 2/3 of the maintenance dewatering that would occur in the mine underground workings would be within the East Bennett area. MCO Environmental, MCO is owned by a certified hydrogeologist. They evaluated as well Itasca's results, and they looked at those results and identified a threshold for impacted wells. And the threshold that was utilized is, would the water column in a well be reduced by 10%? And that actually includes a 100% factor of safety, because the experts have determined it would really be in the neighborhood of a 20% or greater reduction in water quality to create an unstable well. And so that's why a factor of safety was added from 100%. And utilizing that threshold and looking at the Itasca drawdown estimates, comparing it to well data, they determined that 7 wells could be impacted. In that 7 wells could have a 10% reduction, or approximately 10%. I think it's about 7 to 12 in that neighborhood. And so those are identified in the report, those 7 wells. And the applicant has committed to serving a greater number of wells in and around those 7 wells. And those are the wells, those are the 30 properties that are identified in the well mitigation plan, and would be provided by the potable water line that NID would serve. The well mitigation plan is a mitigation requirement in the draft EIR. That's mitigation 4.8-2C. It's also included in the EIR as Appendix K.9. And in addition to that, the EIR requires a robust groundwater monitoring plan, and that's mitigation 4.8-2A. So prior to any dewatering, groundwater monitoring would commence to establish kind of a baseline, and then groundwater monitoring would occur on an ongoing basis. And that information would be utilized and submitted to the county to monitor the well status as the dewatering is occurring on an ongoing basis. And if there are potential additional issues identified, there's a course for addressing that in the EIR. So that kind of sums up the overall project kind of analysis and how I wanted to kind of set that up in terms of the provision of NID potable water to the 30 properties. And then I'm going to hand it over to Elizabeth at West Joseph. She'll talk about the water supply assessment that was prepared and the determination that there is adequate water to serve those 30 properties.
Thanks,
Elizabeth?
Nick. Next slide. So good morning, everyone. So the first step of this process was to determine if SB 610 applied to the proposed project. The county has determined that the proposed project is subject to CEQA and that an environmental impact report is required. And what triggers SB 610 is the size of the project, and there are various triggers for that depending on the type of project that is proposed. This is considered as an industrial project, and it's expected to occupy more than 40 acres of land. And so therefore that does trigger the need for an SB 610 water supply assessment. The required assessment requires us to do a comparison of projected water demand with the projected available water supplies under various hydrologic conditions. So it requires us to look at normal years, single dry years, and multiple dry years. Next slide. So the next step was to look at what the proposed project would use in terms of its water supply. The proposed project is anticipated to receive potable water from NID for domestic and sanitary uses. Those are pretty minor. And then what we've talked about here is the 30 residences whose water supply wells could be impacted. So that's the primary water demand that would be served by NID to the project. There is some dust control and soil compaction water demand during construction of the project, but again, that's temporary, and so that is not evaluated as part of the water supply assessment because it's not a long-term demand, it's just during the construction period. Non-potable water demand on the project would be met with non-potable groundwater, and that would be derived from the mine's dewatering operations. So the table there does a back real quick. The table there just presents or summarizes the demand projection. Again, the NID potable water use is about 23,000 gallons per day, which equates to about 26 acre feet per year. And I'll refer to that again. Again, the groundwater consumption is a bit higher. That comes out to about 90 acre feet per year for the total water use of about 107,000 gallons per day, which is about 120 acre feet per year. But the number we want to focus on here is, again, the demand from NID, again, which is about 26 acre feet per year. Next slide. So the foundational document, as we've talked about for this evaluation, is your 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, which was adopted in July of last year. And so the slides that you'll see, the next few slides, you'll be seeing demand and supply information that was presented in your Urban Water Management Plan. So it may look very familiar to you. So the first slide looks at the projected water demand within your district. Again, this looks out to 2040, so it goes out 20 years, and it's showing your projected retail demand, your wholesale demand, and your unrecoverable environmental demand, which is your in-stream flow requirements. The range in the future demands for that unrecoverable environmental is based on the range in-stream flow requirements based on the year type. So the lower number is the 16,359 is based on extremely dry years. And then it just increases as you get into wet years for the in-stream flow requirements. Again, the important thing to note here is that in the demands that you projected in your 2020 urban plan, the potable water demands for the project were included in those 2040 demands into the future. And again, the potable demand for the project, it equates to about 26 acre feet per year. And that represents less than 0.27% of the district's current demand. So it's a very small percentage of your overall demand that you have in your system. Next slide. So then we looked at supplies that you have that you're projecting for your system. And again, this is straight from your urban plan. You have basically 3 different types of supplies, again, but your primary supply is surface water. So you've got your surface water that's coming from the Yuba River, Bear River, and Deer Creek. And you've got your appropriative rights to divert from those streams. Again, it comes from the watershed runoff. There's purchased water from PG&E, which comes from that same source, but that goes back to your agreement with PG&E. And then you also have recycled water that's used to serve some of your raw water customers within your system. So again, you've got sort of different sources coming from different origins. Again, they are dependent on hydrology. And so as we showed the next few slides with dry years, you'll see that they do get impacted in dry years just because of lack of participation or snowfall, obviously impacts that in dry years. So we'll take a look at that on the next slide, please. So we had to look at single dry years and multiple dry years. So the single dry year is sort of the extreme dry year case. And so that's got the most impacts from hydrologic conditions and then also carryover storage if you've got a really dry year. So those supply totals are shown in the table 6.6, which is the uppermost table there. Shows that your supply total is about 92,000 acre feet per year during a single dry year. In the multiple dry years, what's assumed generally for urban plans and what was assumed in your urban plan is you have, again, sort of a longer period of dry years, but it's not as bad as the extreme dry year case that you're seeing in the single dry year. So you do show more supplies in the multiple dry years, although they are less than the normal year supply. But that's very typical for how projections are done for the single dry and multiple dry year cases. So the next slide shows the comparison of supply versus demand, which is what we really are needing to know for the water supply assessment. So in a normal year, the supplies are what you would expect to get, again, normal year, normal rainfall, normal snowfall during that year. Your water demand, again, is showing a range, and that range is based on, again, the unrecoverable environmental in-stream flows. Again, there's a little bit of a range in that, depending on the hydrologic condition. It represents sort of the normal to wet year range in those flows for the demands. The good news with, again, normal years is that there is no supply shortage projected. The water supplies are adequate to meet the projected demands through 2040. Next slide. So single dry years are shown on this slide, and this is where you're seeing the impact of reduced snowfall, reduced precipitation, and the impact of that on your surface water supplies. And so the available water supply has dropped pretty significantly from your normal year. Your total water demand is based on, again, your various components. The unrecoverable environmental in-stream flow is reduced to about 16,000 acre feet in that particular case. But in this case, you are showing a supply shortage of up to 52%, again, in a single dry year. And the urban plan does discuss this shortage. It explains that the district has various management and operational efforts that it can employ to address shortages. You have a water shortage contingency plan, which can look at demand reductions or using carryover storage in a different way or other operational strategies to get through a shortage during a single dry year. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. Next slide. In multiple dry years, the supply situation looks a little bit better. Again, it's not looking at sort of this extreme dry year case. It's looking at dry years, but not super dry. And so what we're showing there and what we were showing in your urban plan is that you have a supply shortage up to about 10% in your first and second years of the 5-year multiple dry period. But there is no projected supply shortage in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years of that multiple dry year period based on the years that were looked at within the urban plan. So here you will see that for those first 2 years through 2040, the increase, it starts out a little bit, as demands increase over the time, the shortage grows a bit, but again, it's no more than 10% in the 2040 period. Next slide. So just to sum up kind of what we found with the water supply assessment, again, based on your urban plan, is that the total projected water supplies during normal years are adequate to meet the district's projected water demand through 2040. And that does include the projected water demand that's associated with the proposed project. The projected water demand within the service area is expected to exceed available supplies by up to about 52% in single dry years and up to about 10% during the first and second years of a multiple dry year period. As mentioned, during the dry years, the district does have a water shortage contingency plan, which would take effect, and mandatory conservation would be imposed to help decrease demands and decrease the supply shortfall. If supplies do become extremely critical, drinking water supplies may be reduced, but would not be cut off entirely because you would need to protect public safety, public health and safety. Again, the proposed project, like any other customer, would be subject to the same water demand cutbacks should they be required during this dry year period. Next slide. The urban plan does describe several management and operational efforts that are available to the district to address supply shortfalls during drought periods. Those include, again, demand reductions, carryover storage strategies, system operational strategies, supplemental supplies, increased storage, and others. And so those would be employed if you were to get into the single dry year situation and supply shortages. The other thing that we wanted to note is that as part of the proposed project, there will be excess treated mine water that will be discharged to the South Fork of the Wolf Creek. And that basically provides more water in the creeks for NID to then divert for its use. And so that flow should be immune to the drought years. And so that mine would have a positive effect on the water in the river. And so you could then adjust your diversions from that and be able to take advantage of that water if you desire to do so. With that, that is the end of our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Before we get any questions from the consultant or the public, I entertain or declare a brief break for the board.
Do you want to reconvene?
Brief.
5 minutes?
5 minutes or less.
Okay.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay. We will be taking a 5-minute recess.
All right,
And we are unmuted and live.
back in session. We're ready to take questions from
Hey, Chris?
the board. Director Hull.
So the Itasca Denver modeling evaluated the effects of dewatering. So I'd like to understand how the issue of climate change and specifically changing weather patterns that include years of extended dry years, is that something that, and I'm thinking of it relative to the wells in the area. So was the issue of climate change and the mining operations looked at from an integrated approach?
This is Nick Papani again here, and the Itasca did look at the variations in patterns and looked at various sensitivity scenarios to look at, lesser recharge, greater recharge, and so forth. But we do have the expert on the call here, and I might hand it over for you to provide a response, if you would.
Okay.
Lou?
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Yes, we run into the sensitivity analysis and to see how the recharge will impact the drawdown, and also the drawdown is considered as how much water, groundwater table will drop because of mining, and also we look into the climate change was input as a recharge to the groundwater system. And so you have probably because of assuming the climate change, then we'll have less groundwater recharge into the groundwater system. That's come up with a sensitivity analysis. So we did look into that, but definitely we did not look into extensive of climate change because those are not defined in the future. But we did look into the reduction of recharge into groundwater system.
And what did you find from that analysis of the sensitivity?
I think, let me just bring up the reports here because it has been a while.
I believe, Mr. Liu, that would primarily be scenario 5.
Yes, scenario 5 that on our reports in our report scenario 5, and it extends the 5-foot drawdown out a bit, probably about 1,500 feet towards southeast. But less in the northwest. So it extends about I would say 500 feet to the northwest, and then from the north part, it essentially does not extend much because of a mining plan.
So kind of from a bottom line point of view, what is in these, well, I realize what you're saying is true, that we don't know for sure what will happen with climate change. So
yeah,
that's unknown.
Yeah.
But you did look at the scenario of a dry year affecting the groundwater recharge.
Yes.
And so you have a scenario. How does that scenario show the impact to the wells in the area?
And,
or does it show that?
So it will actually impact a little bit more to the southeast and northwest. But I think we should also be aware that this impact is not because of mining activity, because mining is in a deeper zone. So it is the Mother Nature that causing the drawdown. It's less related to mining operation. So the extent is about 500 feet to the around 500 feet to the northwest, and then about 1,000 feet to the southeast.
So
Okay,
just
so,
if I could, Director, just to
Yes.
tack on that. So basically, the modeling identifies a 5-foot drawdown contour. So it's a map that has a contour of where the groundwater would be drawn down by 5 feet. And what Mr. Liu is saying, that in this scenario where you take, hey, let's cut the recharge in half. Let's cut it down by 50%. That 5-foot drawdown contour line extends out a little further geographically. And so you have some greater effects, but we still have to come back to that threshold of, does that draw the water column down by 10% or more in any additional wells? And I think that's where the conclusion is, it would not. So it's not that there aren't any effects, it's just not necessarily impacting significantly additional wells.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yes.
Can I ask you a question? So this is Director Peters. I know that I'm not that familiar with this, so given that, I know that the 1996 study showed over 100 wells were impacted, and now this study shows only 30 wells are impacted. Do you know the differences of assumptions or why there's that discrepancy? Because this climate change topic wasn't so high on everyone's radar in 96, and they thought many more wells were going to be impacted. And so if you could talk to that, please.
I think probably, Nick, I can start, and then you just elaborate if needed.
You bet.
We look into the previous EIR, and the things that I think of. I myself have over 30 years of experience of doing mining consultant and groundwater hydrogeology and the groundwater flow model. The key part for any kind of prediction of impact, it's you need to go through the entire process of doing that. So, for example, in 2007's EIR, and the effort of doing that is called analytical solution. And what does that mean? You have lots of assumption, and then just assume groundwater is confined. It's just analytical solution, essentially just almost less than spreadsheet solution, almost to estimate of potential impact. And for that type of work, you can think about the effort, probably a week of work. And for the process we've gone through the model calibration, look into the data, and then do the prediction. It took us about 4 months of full-time manpower. And so the effort there is different. And then the process of do the prediction, it's certainly is more reliable, because any kind of model, any kind of prediction, if you cannot replicate the past operation or past pattern, that means you don't have the confidence level of predicting the future. So that's the main difference of our model, that the current effort versus the previous EIA effort.
I understand. So the assumptions are essentially the same. It's just more detailed analysis that's been done this time.
I would say the data is the same. Data are the same, but the assumption is totally different. Because that you think about an analytical solution, essentially just assume many factors. Because just one example is mine working. They do not represent the actual mine working. Just assume mine working as a big vertical well to do those kind of analytical solution. So that's the data are the same. The assumptions are different, and the approach are totally different. So that's. I hope that answers your question.
Director Johansson.
Yeah. So how did Itasca ID the number of wells in the area? What reference did you use?
Actually, we did not really ID the wells, and we used the monitoring well locate of the domestic well location. we present this to Rice Water, and they have another consultant, as Nick present. It is EMCO. They look into our drawdown and they ID each well, and then find out which one is impacted. And so, as a groundwater flow modeler, there's always uncertainty of groundwater flow model, and the process is you have to define the safety factor there. That's why I think Nick already presented that we add the safety factor in the impact study. And then also he mentioned that the other one is a very good. You have to have monitoring plan to get the more data as it goes, and also to assess the impact very early project stage.
If I could just add to that, and maybe ask you to elaborate, possibly, Mr. Liu, it's my understanding that you utilized the modeling that you utilized, which I had mentioned is approved by the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, has been in use for many years, is a more robust model. It's a 3D model. And I believe the previous modeling was not as sophisticated, and it was a 2D model. Maybe you can just confirm that and elaborate on that.
Yes, actually, if you talk about that 2008 model, it's actually not a 2D model. It's an analytical solution, just one equation, just applied to everywhere. Okay. It's even not a computer, a numerical model represent any geological setting. So there's a big assumption there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I love the fact that using this modeling, but let's get down to how do you identify who's on a well and who isn't? Because not all wells are registered. And so you've identified 30 wells to be affected. And if it's more than that, then I assume this will come back to us. And we're also dealing with fractured rock. And so in your experience, you've dealt with fractured rock a lot?
Yes. Yeah, most of our projects relate to hard rock mining. So that I deal with a lot of fractured rock. And certainly there would be some fracture here and there that is not encountered. But the things that I think, to answer your first question, how do we identify the 30 well? I think the EMCO probably, they went through the entire record, and based on our predicted groundwater drawdown, and they identify those well as through the process. And so that's that part of how do we ID those well that could be impacted. Second is for fractured rock. Certainly the fractured rock, you have to, there could be a micro scale or macro scale fracture, right? If a micro scale, then you treat it as a porous media in a macro scale way. But if there is a big macro scale fracture, then you consider that in the groundwater flow model as specific feature that will be permeable or not permeable, or the water conductive or not. So through the model calibration and looking at the data, we can say that although it is a fractured rock, but it behaves in macro scale, it behaves more like a porous media. And so our model calibration, gone through the extensive model calibration, and come back with that conclusion.
Okay, so you've identified 30 wells that are on the register. There are wells that are not registered. So how do they get protected? We're finding out that we have a lot of new wells are being drilled in Nevada County, and and these are very strong wells, and the neighboring wells are immediately affected are being drawn down, and some going from 5 gallons a minute to 1 gallon a minute. So I guess I'm questioning, how do you identify 30 wells and the magnitude of this? And I just want to say that from our end, if that changes, we will absolutely need another bite at this apple and look at it again.
Director, if I could.
You know, it goes against all what my grandparents have taught me about fractured rock and mining and dewatering and how wells go dry. It just seems that 30 is quite a unrealistic number, in my opinion.
And kind of connected with this, I'd like to understand why 30 wells are impacted and not more. You know, what is the geologic condition that makes the 30 wells be affected and not 100 or whatever random number there would be?
That goes back, Director, thank you. That goes back to the threshold that was identified to determine which wells would be significantly impacted. And in terms of how are wells identified, it was based, that was information that's included in the MCO environmental report based on California well records. There's a table that includes wells and all the ID numbers. In terms of how that was determined, which wells would be significantly impacted, that was the threshold of would the total water column of the well be reduced by 10% or more. And as I mentioned, really what the experts have identified is that they believe 20%, 20 to 40%, but being conservative, 20% of the total reduction in the water column would be a significant effect in terms of creating an unstable well and an unreliable well. And so given that we use 10% as the threshold rather than 20, that's where that 100% factor of safety comes in. So in terms of coming up with which wells would be impacted, it was simply a matter of looking at, based on the modeling done by Itasca, which wells would have a reduction in the total water column of 10% or more. And as I mentioned, that was estimated at approximately 7 wells. But notwithstanding that, the applicant, based on discussions with the county and analysis, has decided, because we're putting the infrastructure in, the potable water line, we're going to serve those up to 30 properties in that vicinity there, and the map of which is included in the well mitigation plan.
Is that based on a 4-hour test, or? Well, I can pump for 30 minutes and have a great well, and after 4 hours, I don't. Whereas probably maybe before I did have a great well. How do you determine?
It's based on, I believe it's based on the records from the wells are based on, longer term data, including seasonal fluctuations. And in fact, the 10% drawdown is shown to be within the variation associated with the seasons, because you do obviously have variation in the water column. So it wasn't just a short testing period, but it was, well logs from a longer period of time. But I'd have to pull that up to see exactly what that was.
That will also add, Nick, thanks. So I will add another response to another question, a director's question about why the drawdown is not, just follow that shape, right? That's because of mine working, and that's the shape. So why groundwater drawdown? That's because of mining. So it's not, it follow the stress of the excavation of mine working. That's why the shape, it's irregular, not like a circular type of a shape of the drawdown.
These 30 wells, it sounds like they all can be supplied with water from a single pipeline, meaning that they're like all on the same road or something? Are they all on the same road? Because typically with fractured rock, one neighbor can drill a well and get reasonable water, and the next neighbor doesn't have water, and the wells are not that far apart because of the nature of drawing wells in fractured rock. And so, is it just coincidental that all of these are all on one particular alignment? We could just put one pipe in and serve all of them? How did you arrive at the alignment of this pipeline that's gonna serve these 30 wells?
Thank you, Director. I don't know, Mr. Liu, if you want to also chime in on that, because I know you prepared the well mitigation plan, but essentially again, in the well mitigation plan, which is provided as Appendix K.9 of the EIR, identifies those 30 properties. They are along East Bennett Road, and also they are up along Old Mine Road. Those are within the East Bennett area, quote unquote, that was evaluated, because that's the area where the majority of maintenance dewatering would occur in terms of water inflowing into the underground workings of the mine. And so those were where the 7 wells that were identified for impact are located. So given the infrastructures going in there, the decision was made to also include properties along that same kind of infrastructure alignment. But there is a map, but I don't have that to provide, but it's along East Bennett Road, north of the project, and then Old Mine Road, or around where the 30 properties are concentrated.
My concern is that as time goes on, random wells and not perfectly aligned locations may go dry. And if it's after the mitigation period, the district would be responsible for extending infrastructure to these random parcels. And so that's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I can, if I could, just point back to the groundwater monitoring plan that the applicant is required to implement, and that is mitigation 4.8-2. That is going to install monitoring wells throughout the area. The locations of the proposed locations of the monitoring wells are located in areas where the greatest effects of the dewatering are anticipated to occur. That includes, as I mentioned, some baseline well monitoring data. So well monitoring data for a minimum of 12 months before commencement of dewatering occurs. That way, obviously there's that baseline, right? So once the dewatering is happening, they have something to compare it to and determine if the mine dewatering is having a significant effect. And if there are additional facilities, I should say properties or wells that are identified to be impacted, in other words, a reduction in the water column by 10% or greater, there's recourse in the monitoring plan, and that's the applicant's responsibility. It could be deepening the water column of the well. It could be providing potable water to additional properties, not necessarily. As I mentioned, there's the other method of well deepening, but those costs are required to be borne by the applicant.
If I may add, Nick, you touched about monitoring plan. And
Yeah.
I just want to explain a little bit, because I think the director, your concern is valid, because it's hard rock, fractured rock, and there will always be uncertainty. And during my career, there won't be any 100% confidence level on prediction. So the monitoring is very important. And here, the monitoring here at the site, we have 15 locations. And at each location, we have two different intervals. One is deeper part, one shallow part. The deeper part is 300 feet, and the shallow part is about 150 feet. The reason of those two is when we first actually dewater the mine, you already see that, because the first few months, you already see the stage of potential impact of the area, because we draw the water down from top to bottom, right? And so that will give us a really good idea whether our prediction or the initial assessment is correct or not, or on the same range. And then second one, the deeper one, is for the future mining, because we're mining in the deeper part. So when you do the mining, the drawdown is from the deeper part. Then if we want to see whether it propagate to the shallow one, and so you would detect that at 300 feet, that deeper monitoring borehole or well first before you see the shallower one. And probably we'll see some of them. Probably you will see that deeper one has shown some drawdown, but the shallow one doesn't. So that means there is disconnect between the shallow and deeper one. So those monitoring well, and with a really good population of the spatial population, it would give us really good understanding to the groundwater system, and at the meantime give us a really early warning if there's a potential impact or somewhere else.
Those wells are spatially distributed among the entire project area?
It's roughly, I think some area probably in the center, we like a deepest drawdown area. We have, I think we add additional one, but I think spatially outside of the property before we actually intercept with the domestic well, it's almost spatially pretty evenly distributed. And there's a map in the monitoring plan. You can review that. Yeah. And also we consider the access, because the client, they look into the place and they see whether we can have access install those monitoring well.
Richard Johansson.
Yeah, so the applicant is responsible. For how long will the monitoring wells be in place? And for how long will the applicant be responsible for any well that might fail? It's an 80-year project. Are you suggesting it's 18 months or 5 years or 20 years or the life of the project? Because I'm irrigating, I have another district where we're using water that was put there 10,000 years ago. And there's water that's been put there over 1,000 years ago, and different layers. Some of this water takes a long time to reach, its ultimate storage area. So how long would the applicant be responsible for making right any failed well?
Good question, Director. The life of the project, the applicant is required to continue the monitoring for the full life of the use permit term and address.
And there'll be a bond or some type of financial guarantee for these people?
Well, there's a legal mitigation requirement in order to.
Is there a financial requirement?
Yes.
How much?
Well, whatever the cost is to ameliorate the issue, whether it's deepening a well or connecting a new property, the financing mechanisms, I don't know, but that's a requirement. So
currently in the mitigation and monitoring, it doesn't speak to long-term financial surety associated with any additional impacts to wells that are outside of the identified impacted well suite of those 30 wells. And so I think what Director Johansson is getting at is, was there consideration of a long-term financial assurance? And probably a bridge that hasn't been crossed yet with the county, I'm assuming, Matt.
in terms of financial, ways to financially accomplish that, I don't think that's been worked out, but there's obviously the financial assurances are required for the mining operation and reclamation, and those are substantial costs that the applicant is required to financially assure. So these costs would certainly be included in that, and again, it's a legal requirement that they do so through the mitigation
When there is a land use or a authorized project that has an application forward that's consistent with the land use, but it's required, such as in this case, to have a conditional use permit because this is an industrial activity, the conditional use permit will include in all of the mitigation and monitoring and the conditions of approval for the original project, which the county is going through with the draft EIR process. And that conditional use permit, if it's not, those conditions aren't adhered to, the county can revoke that conditional use permit at any time.
And then what?
Good point.
So then they would essentially be red tagged and couldn't continue with the mining operation.
Right, and then we have I won't say it.
Director Hall had a question.
Maybe more a little comment. I appreciate your comment that, it's been 25 years since the last study and that technology and modeling has improved significantly over that 25 years. You also talked about that we can't predict the future, that the modeling is based on assumptions, and there will always be uncertainty. And so, from my point of view, despite the excellent modeling that was done, we are treading into an unknown territory where we are changing the nature of our fractured rock water storage system, as Rich alluded to. And I think we have to, being a responsible water agency to our ratepayers and to our community, that we need to anticipate the possibility that additional wells in the area may be negatively impacted. And if this were to happen, we need to have protections in place for our ratepayers, because it would be grossly unfair to have a situation in which NID customers had to pay for water line extensions that were the result of this mining operation. And so,
can we have an amen?
So I realize our task today is to approve the WSA and or not, and but we have other things that we can do as a district to support our ratepayers, taxpayers, and the community at large who could potentially be impacted. So Jennifer relayed one of those things. I would also like to see that we have financial assurance that in the event that the more wells are negatively impacted, that there is financial safety built in so that those property owners are protected, and thereby the district is protected from having to extend our water system in ways we have not planned at this moment. So to me, this is a really important part of our partnering with the county, because it will be the county who makes this decision, but these property owners and the district need to be protected in case the uncertainty, the assumptions, and the prediction of the future aren't quite what are stated in the draft EIR.
Yes.
Well said.
Public comment?
Can I ask one more quick question? This is a little different. You had mentioned mitigation measure 4.8-2C8. So it's about reimbursement for water charges for a monthly fixed charge and use up to 400 gallons per day. How was that 400 gallon per day calculated? What was it? How did you come up with 400 gallons per day? That's only 0.27 gallons a minute in a well typically. I don't know that Nevada County would,
You have to have a 3 or better.
it seems like you'd have to have a minimum gallon per minute. So it's not replacing what they're losing in their wells. And so I was just curious, I don't know if it is or not, but I was just curious how you arrived at 400 gallons per day
Yeah, good catch.
reimbursement. Just curious.
There's certainly not enough for landscaping.
And I don't know the size of these lots, but they're
They're a little bit larger.
they're not.
But Matt, do you know what that was based on? Was it based on a calculation of average population with indoor water use, or did you also include outdoor water use in that as well?
Mr. Rearwagon, members of the NID board, I was just looking at the well mitigation plan, and it does talk about 400 gallons per day based on current water rates. I would probably defer that question to the applicant and the preparers of that report to see where they came up with the 400 gallons per day. But that is referenced in the well mitigation plan.
Yeah, it is referenced. That's where I saw it.
So we
Yeah,
need
I can
that
for-
answered.
Yeah, I can, I don't have that off the top, but I can look into that, and if we maybe come back to me, further in the meeting, I can provide that information.
I understand it's a little outside of our purview. However, I just need to raise that. And also the well is going to be impacted in perpetuity, but the mitigation only goes to the current owner. And so it's a permanent thing. So it's out of our purview, but I just wanted to raise it.
I think it's a valid comment that we could definitely make on the draft DIR. I also thought there should be consideration because it appears that the payment for the monthly fixed and volumetric cost is removed as well if they get annexed into the city, which I don't know the potential of that, but I'm not sure why it would change at that point either.
I don't think any of these wells are only 0.28 gallons a minute.
Yeah, the well capacity is probably something higher. I'm assuming they tried to calculate some type of average reasonable water use, but I'm not sure what they use for the background.
I can use it in there.
Can I address one comment or statement or question by previous director? I did not catch your last name, but about the model uncertainty and my statement on the prediction of future, especially for the weather climate change. I think we cannot grasp it. We cannot truly represent that. That's why we did the recharge of sensitivity analysis. And regarding about model, and the model is not like we run this model prediction and that's it. And so when I start dewatering the mine site, and with those additional monitoring well, they put in there, and definitely the rice will come back to us. We need to update the model to represent that kind of and to replicate the true, almost we have like a huge pumping test for many months. So for that data, I use that to predict the future potential impact. So that definitely will be done. And then the model probably will be updated as needed when there's additional data show the difference from the prediction. So so the model is not just one-time deal, and it will be continue updated and update the prediction. Okay, so that's just my comments. And
I had just one final comment to follow up on my previous comment. What kind of outreach has been done to these well owners to let them know these impacts? Have you been meeting with these? How many people are you meeting with these well owners? Or only those 31, or having community meetings? Or how are you letting people know that these are real dire potential impacts to their land rights and their property values?
Nick Papani again. I can't speak to the outreach efforts that have been done on behalf of the applicant. We go through this process that's required through the county, and certainly the draft EIRs. We can speak to the notification of the draft EIR in accordance with state requirements, and we have gone beyond the state requirements in terms of notifying for the draft EIR. But I can't speak to what the applicant has done.
Based on my understanding from the applicant, because I did ask the same question, but there has not been, and probably what I would refer to as consistent outreach with the 30 impacted well owners.
Again, that's out of our purview. It's very significant. This is a very significant decision on behalf of the county.
Okay. That's At this time, unless there's more questions, I'm going to take questions from the public. If you would like to comment or ask a question, this is your time. I see 5 hands raised. Jillian, I'll answer you first. And remind you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for taking the time and for treating this so seriously and for your excellent questions, directors. I'm a natural resources attorney and used to manage the infrastructure of the Hetch Hetchy water system. And I believe NID needs to take more time to review this assessment to acknowledge what you've stated here as known issues with the report. I provided some written comments, which I'll just summarize here. So as General Manager Hansen said, this is not a typical assessment where you have a development where you know the exact number of users, you know a developer is going to connect and build all that infrastructure. This is an assessment based on wild groundwater assumptions not supported by historic evidence. And there's no guarantee at this time that RISE will pay for all of the necessary infrastructure. The assessment claims that, only 31 new connections will be required, but as Director Peters said, the 96 project that lasted only 5 years was going to impact 100 wells. This project is going to pump water for 80 years and ostensibly only impact 30 wells. NID should not approve the assessment without addressing or at least acknowledging this major uncertainty and issue. Experts will be providing information to the county in the next month that will show that 30 wells is far too low. So we request that NID wait and hear from these experts before approving an assessment that is shown to be false. Infrastructure needs, as you said, need to be identified and provided. Given these uncertainties, NID should condition its approval on having RISE build the necessary infrastructure to connect all impacted users. Monitoring alone is not enough. And I encourage you to make those comments to the county in a draft EIR comment letter. I understand that NID is in the process of revising its urban water management plan, and you have an RFP out to do that. That could potentially change future forecasts. So I also recommend you just acknowledge that potential change in this assessment and approval. The assessment suggests that the project will be water supply positive, but that fails to acknowledge that once the dewatering starts, the drain outflows will stop. So even if your approval and your authority is somewhat limited, NID can and should still flag these issues as part of its approval. So I propose some language that NID could consider incorporating into the assessment that I hope you've had a chance to review and take seriously. NID is entitled to a 30-day extension under the water code, and there's really no reason for you not to request this extension given the complexity of the project, the obvious issues with the report, and significant community concern. So I urge you to take the maximum amount of time available to hear from experts, to request a revised water supply assessment, and at the very least condition approval on the issues, because NID is a responsible agency under CEQA, and you are the expert agencies on water. So you need to be comfortable with whatever is in the assessment and not be strong-armed by a private applicant, because whatever you do say here will be used by RISE to claim that there are no water issues associated with the project, which we all know is not true. So thank you so much for your time and for all of your hard work on this.
Thank you, Julian. Next is Joe Gamble. Let's see.
Yes, sir. I was waiting to speak on item 10.
Okay, I made a mistake there. I didn't see. We'll wait till then. Okay, next is Fred Poland. Ed?
Can you hear me?
Sir, go ahead.
Okay. I guess my question is mostly directed to Elizabeth Dreyer, but anyone that wants to respond can certainly chime in. First, I'd like to thank the board and all the presenters for their diligence. My question refers to one of the streams that you showed up with 2040 projections. I don't understand why in one single dry year, our shortfall is 52%, and yet the first year of a multi-dry year series is only 9%. How is 52% not extremely significant and of concern for NID? And will all these charts that have been presented today be made available to the public? And where can the public access them? Thank you.
So
So that may be better for us to answer. First of all of those, tables are in our urban water management plan that was adopted in July, and those are available on our website, so you can access those at any time.
Thank you.
With regard, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, this is Doug Roderick, Engineering Manager with Nevada Irrigation District. With regard to, with the single year versus multiple years, so first off, on a single year, what happens is when we project out the shortage of supplies, it's related to the fact that we're operating under a normal condition, and then we go into the fall and we don't have the water that we typically get to recharge our reservoirs, et cetera, which means on the next following year, we're considerably short overall with our storage water as well as runoff water that we utilize, snow impact, et cetera. When we looked at the 5-year horizon, we looked at the driest 5 years that we had in record, not the most extreme dry years put together. So as you see in those first 2 years, it was drier in the first 2 of those 5 years, which impacted us more. But then the remainder of those 3 years, it was an average year or closer to an average year, which allowed us to recharge our reservoirs and fill back up. So there wasn't a deficit at that time. And that was all pulled from and based off the urban water management plan.
I might add to that, that that's the typical way that water agencies look at the dry years. Again, it's that 5-year is based on a historical 5-year period. That was dry.
If they have storage.
And by your calculations, wouldn't 52% be of extreme concern to NID?
So the other piece of that is that when the urban water management plan, which these tables were taken from, they did not adjust the demand numbers based on the fact that we were in a drought scenario or a reduced scenario. The idea is that we assume our demands are not going to change. When we get into this critical dry year, we're going to be severely deficit to be able to meet our demands on an average year. But we have our drought contingency plan, we have operational ways, we have other ways in which to reduce the impact of that 52%.
Is that all you had, Mr. Gamble?
Yeah, Paul.
Mr. Fred.
I thought Paul was the guy that wanted to talk to you.
No, that's Joe.
All right,
Now we're Christie.
Okay,
Christy Hubbard.
Christy Hubbard, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks for letting me talk today. My name's Christy Hubbard. I'm a member of a Wells Coalition, which is a group of well owners in or near the mineral rights area of the mine. I personally live in Cedar Ridge off of Brunswick and 174. And to be completely transparent, I'm not your customer today. My home has a perfectly functioning well with sweet tasting water, so there's no need. But that's true today anyway. But if Rise Gold is successful in getting approval to reopen the mine, it's really a very different story for me. See, mine is not one of the 30 homes identified in the DEIR as being at risk, but I believe it's very likely that it should be. My ask for you today is simple. Please don't be too quick to sign off on this project. Please engage more deeply and help us all assess the real risk. You are the experts on water in our county, and I know you're looking at the impacts of climate change, which could contribute important information to this decision. If this report is wrong, there's a tremendous liability for you, for me, and for the community at large. The Wells Coalition believes this report is flawed, incomplete, and provides a wholly inadequate assessment of NID water needs. Instead of asking NID to serve 30 homes in one small area, we need to take a much closer look at the risk of NID being asked to serve homes, hundreds of homes and businesses across the entire mineral rights area, ranging from the hospital to the airport to Cedar Ridge. And bear in mind that this project is asking for an 80-year lease. So there's no reason to believe Rise Gold will constrain their mining to one small area for that entire amount of time. My own personal scenario is really frightening. One day I turn on my tap and there's no water. I call Peters Well Service, they come down and they confirm it. Now what? It might take years to prove that the mining operation caused the damage. Myself and my neighbors would need to come up with immediate funds for water trucks and likely hundreds of thousands of dollars to connect to NID for a long-term solution. And we could forget about selling our house during this time because nobody's going to buy a house without water. As a retiree on a fixed income, you can imagine why this scares me. Now, on your side, you'd have an urgent crisis on your hands. How quickly do you think you'd be able to get water into my neighborhood? What other customers would have to wait longer to get water while you're taking care of my crisis? And oh my gosh, the community would be up in arms and NID's reputation could take a big hit. So on behalf of myself and all the well owners near the mine, please take time and engage deeply in this project. Even your qualified approval of the limited scope on the table today could be seen as support of a bad project. When it's all said and done, the overall risk could be staggering, and we need your help. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Christy. Next up is Teresa Huck. Say your name right. Go ahead.
I thought I was unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. And please limit to 3 minutes.
Will do. Thank you so much. As Karen, Jillian, and others have stated, oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot to say my full name is Teresa Huck, and I am an NID rate-paying customer. As I was saying, Karen and Jillian just stated, and several others, that we can't truly predict based on models in a wildly changing climate. Now, Rise Gold's study that I saw last predicted 152 wells affected. Previously in literature, it was up to 300. And now it's just 30. And there is a big disconnect here that concerns me, that I'm not getting honesty from Rise Gold. If this were cash, we would all be saying, let's be conservative and save the money in this wild, changing climate. So why don't we see this precious resource the same way? What I know as fact is this: as Nevada County residents, we are still living with a 100-year-old mining legacy, and it is still contaminating water and soil in Nevada County. I received mercury poisoning from living at Yuba in 174 and had a well there. And then later moved to Banner Lava Cap, where our soil tested by Cranmer and our water had so much arsenic in it, it was worse than what they were pulling out of the campfire. Now, with that knowledge, moving forward, Nevada County can't currently manage the old mining legacy. And Rise Gold is not opening a brand new mine with new technology. They're opening a can of worms and applying quote unquote, new technologies to it. We can't assume it will only be 30 wells, and we can't prevent more contamination of our public water supply or soil. But my fear is that we will destroy the economics of Nevada County in just the way that Christy Hubbard just commented, when water supply becomes unstable or contaminated. It happened at Yuba in 174, and it happened again on the Ridge. It happened to me personally. It is more likely to happen than not. So as the most important voice on water in our community, my request is that you simply ask for an extension. Be even more careful with this decision. Be conservative and save our water. Protect we, the ratepayers, by commenting on the DEIR. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Teresa. And next is Mary Anderson.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Christy Hubbard pretty much answered my question, or one of my questions that I have, but I wanted to answer you, and thank you for your careful consideration of this project. I have lived here 30 years and I am directly above the Brunswick site. In fact, my well is probably as close to the property line with them as it can be. And my one question I wanted to answer for you was, you were asking what kind of outreach has been done to any of us other than the 30 wells who are considered high risk. And so to answer your question, the answer is none, basically. Years ago, when Emperor Gold was trying to do this project, we were having well monitoring by Vector Engineering for a period of time, but that hasn't been going on for the last at least 10 or probably 15 years. And so I just wanted you to know that no one really has reached out to us about the possibility or the danger or anything of our well not only failing and being without water, but being contaminated. And my other question was going to be that Christy asked, even if NID is able to connect us in the event that that happens and that Rise Gold is willing to pay for it, what are we looking at as a reasonable period of time before that actually happens? So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. And I hope that you will carefully consider this. I hope this is the last time and that we have to go through, this again with the mining company trying to reopen the mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Next up is Mark Johnson. Mark, go ahead. There you go. Mark, are you there? We can't hear you.
Can any?
There we
I'm
go.
trying. Hello, you got me. Thank you, Mr. Beerwagen. Hey, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I am not an NID customer, nor am I near the site. I am a well owner, and I pump more than 400 gallons per day. Considering the 80-year project, once Rise Gold evacuates this 80-year project, who will be paying for potable water to these seven well owners after years? Something that they did not wish to happen. Also, God, gee willikers. What about the wells that will be moderately affected? Only named wells that will be significantly affected. What is significant? I mean, is there going to be any sort of recourse for them? Can I get an answer from Dreyer about concerning this? And I have other questions, but I need to gather my thoughts. Ms. Dreyer, what thoughts about who will be paying for this potable water to these 7 wells? And that's another question. If only 7 people are going to be affected, why extend it to 30? Does that mean we don't know what's going to happen, so we better plan for some? Or is this just going to be insight, foresight? I don't believe that Rise Gold will be here as a good neighbor or a steward to our lives here. I've already submitted at least 8 to 10 petitions, filled pieces of paper with maybe 20 signatures on them opposing this mine. I've deposited them with Miss Risa and Miss Hubbard and Heidi Zimmerman. I am going to submit some more, but I'm going to start asking people from out of the county if they would be willing to visit a heavy industrial site city. I think they would probably say no. Not many people want to go to Detroit. I'm not saying this will make Detroit, but it will certainly turn it into a heavy industrial site. And concerning when the mines were open prior to 1956, there were stamp mills going on 24/7. You could not sleep in here in this city if you were from out of town. You had to be conditioned to stamp mills and 24/7 up and down Wolf Creek, Nevada City, every darn minute of the day. Can we please have some remediation? Actually, just throw this whole thing out the board. And am I to buy a miner's inch? Box has been locked up. I live on an NID canal. I have access, but I can't buy a miner's inch. Yet you're going to give these people the right to screw up my water table and to give that don't even want it on their water to be on the water. I just want to say this is a foul proposition. Can anybody give me an answer to any one of those problems that I have with this?
Thank you for your comment, Mr.
Mr.
Johnson.
Drayton?
I'll remind other callers that our discussion today is very narrow concerning whether we can provide water, not whether we approve of any project or any of these issues that are coming up. So if you please limit your comments to our ability to provide water, which our staff has said to do. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jacobson, you're next. *6 your phone. There you go. Go ahead, sir. I'm assuming it's a sir. Unmuted and unmuted. There we go. We can't hear you. Okay.
Mr. Jacobson, we can't hear you. Are you speaking into the phone? Or you're still unable to hear you?
So we'll move on to the next one. Mr. Jacobson, we're going to try again. Just keep your hand raised. We'll try again. Carolyn Cartwright, you're next.
Yes. Thank you for taking my question and the fact that you yourselves have brought up some good questions, and I appreciate that. I would thinking about how the question came up during the conversation about more wells could be negatively impact, and then also how the mitigation only extends to the current owner. I keep thinking about the thought that Rise Gold is an $18 million market cap company. Before the press release where Nevada County's environmental impact report was made public, it was less than a 10 million cap company. And I cannot stress how small this is for that big operation. How are they going to pay for more mitigation to go to more mines? And is that going to leave you holding the bill? So that's my thought. You got to go if Rise Gold closes up shop because it has no money, and that remediation it promises takes longer and may never happen. That's my concern, and I hope you'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next up is Kiko Burtz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So it's Keiko Mertz here representing So.Yuba River Citizens League, also referred to as Circle. First, I want to take a moment to thank the directors for their thought-provoking questions to the consultants this morning. It's pretty heartening that the directors are taking such a critical eye to this matter to ensure they can make a fully informed decision about the water supply assessment and can use this information to direct staff moving forward. Next, I'd just like to echo the thoughts of my colleagues in the community regarding the mine and water supply assessment. So first, Circle takes issue with Rise Gold's claim that they're a net water producer. This is false and misleading and ignores the body of science proving surface and groundwater are inextricably linked. Although NID considers itself a surface water agency, surface and groundwater together make up the water bank for our community, which means this project does indeed have the potential to impact water supply in our region. Well users who can no longer access groundwater will eventually need to become NID customers. As you guys have heard a few times today so far, many of the assumptions the water supply assessment is based on will likely change. The two that I'll point out are a lot of the analysis in the DEIR, especially hydrogeology, which will likely have to be revised, and the fact that the amount of wells seems, listed seems off and grossly underestimated. Given the numerous flaws in these analyses, Circle just asked the board acknowledge these issues in their approval. Even though the county is the lead agency, as others have mentioned before me, NID is a responsible agency and the expert agency on water issues. Rise Gold could use this approval to claim there are no water issues, and as the community expert, NID should do its due diligence by highlighting any uncertainties in its pending approval. And lastly, Circle just encourages the district to request an extension for some extra time to make this important decision. Thank you all for your careful consideration of this project and for the opportunity to provide comments on this matter today.
Kiko. Cheryl, you're next. I went down. Yeah, Mr. Jacobson, I'll try you again. And once again, we can't hear you, sir. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Jacobson. Okay, we have technical difficulty there. We'll go to Margaret. Your name?
Jenk.
Jenk. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Margie Jenk. I think I've spoken to you once before, and I did send written information to the board members and to Jennifer yesterday. Much of it, which I'm happy to say has been discussed here in your discussion today. So I won't go over all of what I had written. I do want to back up the recommendation that actually Jennifer and you, Karen, both mentioned, that a letter be sent with the concerns that have been raised along the lines of this discussion, along with whatever approval you have. I also would like to back up the request that you actually postpone that approval, since the county has extended the deadline for the DEIR to close. There's no reason for you to have to consider closing today. You could wait another month yourself. So I think it would be very valuable for you to do that, because a lot of questions have come up today. A couple concerns, one that was written that I have, is that the basis for this, your urban water plan, you yourselves have decided to hire someone to reevaluate it because you're not so sure about the figures in it. And that is the basis for this recommendation. So you might want to consider that as an uncertainty that warrants further study. The other thing that really concerns me is that this urban water plan is only 20 years and you're using it to approve an 80-year project. It just seems like that's an incongruity that ought to be looked into. I mean, maybe there should be some timeline built in for reevaluation along because of this. Certainly, you can't really use a 20-year outlook to approve an 80-year plan. It doesn't make sense to me. So thank you so much for your serious concern about this. And I hope that whatever you do, that all these concerns will be brought up to the county. It's very important that you, as the lead agency for water here, make these points so that they can be included in the final EIR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Margaret. Mr. Jacobson, we'll try you one more time. Your speaker, it looks like it's working, but we're not hearing you, so.
Yeah, Mr. Jacobson, you could also phone in through your phone as opposed to using your computer.
That's a good idea. Yes.
The phone number is on the front page of the agenda.
Okay, next is Tracy Sheehan. Go ahead, Tracy.
Good morning, Board. Tracy Sheehan. This morning, I am just Tracy Sheehan. I am not the Foothills Water Network, just to be clear for the notes. Thank you for taking a comment this morning. I reviewed the staff report and I have a few observations that I haven't heard said yet. So I wanted to bring them up now so you're aware. The first one has to do with SB 610. If you review the last pages of the staff report, you'll see the language from SB 610. And one of the pieces in SB 610, or there's two, one that you should know about is that it calls for the water agency to actually prepare the analysis. But if there isn't a water agency, then the county prepares it. Now, I'm not at all saying that there's any wrongdoing here at all, but for a moment, consider if NID had prepared this analysis, how would it be different? So I invite you to think about that now. One way that it might be different is that on page 8, it would not say that Rise Gold is a net producer of water. And by the way, Rise Gold uses that repeatedly. That is in the analysis a few times. So just getting back to what has been said here, NID is the expert on water issues for the community. I think you need to press pause here and look at this analysis, take a good look at it. Now, the second piece that SB 610 allows NID is to get an extension from the county. You can request an extension from the county now for 30 days, and you will not need to verify the analysis till that end date, which I think is April 1st. You'll need to look that up. I would encourage you, I would urge you to take that time, look at the analysis, and detail the safeguards that NID needs in this analysis. Again, you could have written this, but you didn't. The county has now given it to you. And yes, you're going to need to verify it within a time commitment. But now I urge you to consider what qualifying language, what conditioning language can you include here for a safeguard for NID? And that's all I have. Thank you for taking time in consideration.
Thank you, Tracy. Stuart Feldman, you're next.
I will unmute. Can you hear me now?
Sir, go ahead.
Yes, I was present online for yesterday's meeting regarding the plan for water and water rights. And one of the unknowns is the FERC relicensing in-stream flow requirement. That has not been added, in my knowledge, to any of the information that's been shared in those charts that we saw today. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. The FERC relicensing may require in-stream flows greater than what's assumed in that data model that has been used for those charts. And I just urge you to reconsider that when looking at the long-range planning and take the time to review all the possible ramifications of that process, as well as your approval of this project, water assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Cheryl, we're uncertain whether you talked before. Did you have something to say?
Yes, I can hear you now. Good morning. Thank you for your time. I am an NID customer. I am outside the, I'm in Penn Valley. My concern is that we're already being told and have previously been told that there's water rationing going on. So it concerns me for a number of reasons, but one, we already don't appear to be able to support the current NID customers with the water they'd like, and we're also unable to allow new users who would like to take advantage of the NID ditches or canals that they have. So, but more importantly, the Empire Mine is still something that is of concern and has continued to need remediation. And I previously have worked for an environmental firm that was part of the remediation plans that seem to be ongoing. So that's something that I think should be a big red flag for even considering how the waters might be impacted if this Maryland-Idaho mine is reopened. And lastly, I do want to stress the same thing many of the other community members have mentioned today, in that requesting that 30-day extension seems like a logical point. Good questions that your own team has brought up today, and the fact that this is obviously something that's going to need a deeper look into and a further assessment before we sign off, and at a minimum after the 30 days, indicating those concerns that you have so they are part of it, and that Rise Gold doesn't continue to use information in a twisted manner in which they have done to make it look like the NID board has approved this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Cheryl. Does anybody else that hasn't spoken like to speak on this item, the Rise Gold water assessment today?
We have 3 hands up, but,
3 hands have all spoken already.
but Mr. Jacobson did not
No,
speak.
Mr. Jacobson did not. He's tried it 3 times.
Oh, can you?
Mr. Jacobson, you want to give another try?
Damn it.
Hand's been raised, but your microphone, we have not been able to hear you. You want to call in?
We still cannot hear you, Mr. Jacobson.
And you have a number of new hands.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Those other 2 guys, please.
We have 3 new hands.
Okay. All right, so we're going on to Jennifer Bird. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
So my name is Jennifer Bird. I'm a well owner outside of the area that Rise Gold has said would be impacted by their project. I don't have any comments prepared, but I just wanted to state that the fact that they're putting their monitoring wells in the area that they've modeled to be impacted and then assessing the effects of their project based on that is very circular and assumes that the modeling is accurate in a fractured rock groundwater system. And so without having the long-term monitoring wells encompassing a much broader area, there will be no way for people to prove that the mine is affecting their wells. And then they have to, be going through very difficult and expensive means of trying to assess their own groundwater data, which is not, like there's no baseline data on the area outside of the modeled impact area. And then there would be no future, project monitoring of those areas. So that seems like a real obvious deficiency to me. That's it.
Thank you. Bill Lawrence, you're next.
Okay, thank you. I want to first congratulate all of you at NID for holding this meeting. It's been really informative. And I am an NID treated and untreated water customer. And my question is this: Mr. Papani from Rainey Associates talked about the potential use of water in Wolf Creek. And this would be, of course, water that they would be discharging into the South Fork of Wolf Creek. So my question is, does NID currently, or do you have future plans for using any of the water in Wolf Creek?
Yeah, this is Chip Close, NID Water Operations Manager. That's a great question, and the answer is simply is yes. We have the Tar Canal located downstream of the water that will be placed back into Wolf Creek, and we will be able to divert and reutilize those flows and send them as irrigation water to many of our irrigation customers along that Tar Canal.
Very good. Thank you. My next question would be, has NID reviewed the treatment plans for the water coming out of the mines?
No. No, we have not, and that is not under our purview. It's not the agency that's going to be permitting that.
Who is?
Okay. Has NID considered potential use of that water prior to discharge into Wolf Creek? In other words, we live in an environment that is changing. We know that climate change is here. It's happening much more rapidly than we once thought. Is there any plans to potentially use that water prior to discharge into Wolf Creek?
No, there would not be.
Okay.
Plan.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have, and thanks again for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Jacobson.
Yes, President Beerwagen, I have Mr. Jacobson on the phone.
All right,
So I'm gonna patch him through my speaker somehow.
Okay, good luck with that.
Personal line, huh?
All right, Mr. Jacobson, you'll probably need to turn down your own computer volume.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me do that.
We're getting feedback.
It's down.
All right, perfect. All right, I'm gonna patch you through to the microphone from my phone. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry. You think I knew about computers, and I do, and I'm a musician. I should be able to speak.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I have a couple quick questions too. I'm also a California historian and published author of 40 years. If RISE opens this thing, and will the acres of rights that they own, which is around 2,800, and Nevada County is 3,000, can't they mine pretty much everywhere underneath the soil if there are no other active mines and they own all of the mineral rights? That means they can go left, right, up, down, and they want to go to a mile below sea level. So why do we need to allow their first, or do we need to allow them first right of refusal on all of the water that NID is going to promise them? I assume you're their major provider. So they will be buying all this water to continue their purposes. And if for some reason the aquifers go down around here, they will still be customer number one for 80 years. Well, what if they quit and sell out? Do they get to give this unconditional use to the next operator? And will they be getting the same treatment from NID water? Will you be promising them an absolute outflow or inflow of, say, 30% in perpetuity? I think there are an awful lot of questions that need to be discussed, and I think that I could help in some ways. Like I said, I'm a California historian. And as a matter of fact, if you go into SPD, I've got a huge selection of fruit crate labels on the history of California over their produce department. Some of you may have seen it. In any event, I've been doing this a long time, and now I'm a resident right off the Greenhorn, and we don't want to lose the aquifer. So, thank you very much. I hope to have my technology in better shape next time we speak. And I even have the old Bierwagen's label from Chicago Park in case they're interested. So everyone, thank you and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Barbara, you're next. My screen. I can't manipulate my screen.
Unmute. Okay,
There we
can
go.
you hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? Of course. Thank you. I'm Barbara Ravines. I've lived here about 25 years. I know a couple of the people who are now directors on the NID. I would like to thank you for a very, very productive morning for me. It's been wonderful to hear all of you and the great questions, and also to hear the presentation. I really just wanted to associate myself with all the compliments, but also the comments. This is an 80-year project, and we at the beginning we first started talking about it. There's a 40-year water supply, and I think we have to think even further than that. Plus the fact we have climate change, which is something that I'm very acquainted with, and I don't think we're doing enough planning and thinking that really through. I know it's not predictable, though it's more predictable than it used to be. So I really, really congratulate you on this, this whole presentation, and I would also like to urge you not to take a position today, but the position, such as it would be, is that you would be waiting until, well, 30 days. I have a copy of the EIR, and it is pretty high, actually. There's a lot of information in there, and we are, as a group, and our neighbors and friends are working very hard to answer these questions. And also we have some help with consultants ourselves and so on. So what you're hearing in the EIR, the DEIR, is information that has been processed through the applicant, even though there are tables and all that. It does have a point of view. And I'd like you to wait and hear more points of view on this with tables and all of that too. So please hold off. You are our premier water maker, so please take care of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, would anybody else like to speak? I can.
Josie Crawford? Josie Crawford?
Josie Crawford.
Josie Crawford, go ahead. Unmuted, but we can't hear you, Josie.
Oh, one second. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, so my name is Josie Crawford. I'm with the Wolf Creek Community Alliance, and I'm also personally an NID customer. I live down off of Lime Kiln treated water. So again, thank you. I also have learned a tremendous amount, and I really thank you for your careful consideration of this WSA. So I think a lot of you are thinking the same thing here, that even though it hasn't gone said, that this project could be a 2-year program as well as an 80-year program. As soon as the price of gold goes down or something terrible happens and there's, say, a big spill, something very costly to the mining industry, no matter who owns it, they're going to shut down their business. They're going to either go bankrupt, as the case of a small company, that would happen right away. Ben Mossman's last venture, he went bankrupt within, what, a year and a half, because he had a spill within 6 months of operation. That could happen here. There's no certainty that they would pay for the project. And pay for the wells outside of the region if there was any contamination or if they lost their wells. There's no guarantee that they would be around at all to pay for it. And even Newmont Mine, with the largest gold mining company in the world, it took 30 years for Magenta Drain to get a treatment plant. And everybody knew about this contamination. 30 years. They're the biggest mine company. They have the deepest pockets. It didn't happen. And the same with the North Star project. That was something like 11 years. It was another long period. So there's no guarantee that anybody's going to pay for any problems. that they'll be around to pay, or that they'll be willing to pay and it won't get tied up in the courts. And so there you will have people stranded without water. It's very likely. And contamination. I mean, we just found out, this is a little off the topic though, but we just found out that through the Rise Gold report that there's three or four sources of drains pouring into Wolf Creek, sending water down to your customers with arsenic, magnesium, and not magnesium, manganese, and iron at rates that you don't want to your customers. And I mean, we didn't know that until recently. So this is something that'll happen, you know, as soon as these people are out of business, then that's when the problems could really start. And starting for you, for us, for all your customers. That's all. Thank you. Oh, and I'd also postpone your decision for the next, ask for another 30 days. Thank you.
Josie, anyone else like to comment today? Do you see any?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. Last chance, if you'd like to comment on the water assessment for Rise Gold Mine, please start on your phone. Okay, seeing none. Directors, have any more comments?
I do.
Public comment? A close.
I do
Go ahead,
have.
Director Hall.
Okay. A number of our callers, I wanted to first thank all the people that have spent their morning and early afternoon with us, paying rapt attention to this important issue. So thank you for your time and attention. A number of you mentioned that we are the water experts, and that's our job. And so I appreciate that recognition of the importance of the district to, as relates to this project and to our community. So I would just like to, I know, Jennifer, that you have intentions to work with the county to help protect the district's interest, which in turn will help to protect the property owner's interest in this area. One of the callers commented on the fact that the mitigation as proposed currently is only for the current property owners. Right. And that seems like a big, to me, a big red flag. If I own those properties, I want it running with the land, because that puts a huge dark cloud over those properties. That is unfair, and that should be addressed through this process in whatever method that you use.
Yeah, that's a very easy comment to make through the draft ER.
Our commitment is to a project, not to the owner.
Yes, exactly.
Why shouldn't it carry through?
Yeah, just as a point of information, the conditional use permit would typically run with the land, so it would be recorded against the land. So, you know, it's not an inappropriate comment. Yeah.
I agree. To me, that's a huge red flag.
Yeah, yeah.
No, a conditional use permit can be revoked and they can have terms. I'm just not clear at this point. It hasn't been drafted yet.
So another area was, another commenter talked about the monitoring wells and how they're dispersed. And that was another area I thought we should have, if we haven't looked at it with the eye of, are they appropriately dispersed to really be monitoring the wells the way we would want them to be? That's a point of influence that we should exercise.
Okay, I also noted that comment to myself because I think it's a valid point. If your location of your monitoring wells is based off of your model and your model assumptions are broken, then how good are your wells?
Right.
So, okay.
Who's going to carry through for us on that?
The monitoring.
So the plan is there's a couple of opportunities to comment. One is through the draft EIR process. So I highly recommend, and staff's already in the process, that we incorporate these comments into a letter that goes into the draft EIR. I think then that it is appropriate due to the magnitude of the concern with the community and your constituency that we provide verbal comments at Planning Commission as well as the Board of Supervisors. And then lastly, the conditional use permit is typically subject to approval by the governing body, which in this case is the supervisors, and that is also another opportunity to provide comment.
Okay.
I believe it's
That should be-
that Appendix K or something showed the locations of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So we will definitely comment on that.
That should be strongly worded.
Okay.
I wondered if you could comment on the difference between the planning horizon in our urban water management plan versus the 80-year project time horizon.
Definitely. So per the water code, as I stated earlier, SB 610, and Dustin always correct me if I'm incorrect here, or jump in. SB 610 set out it's basically a process by which water supply assessments are required when they meet the project definition under the water code, as well as a process for preparation and approval of the water supply assessment. If the project is included in your most recently adopted urban water management plan, then you're required to use that basis. So what I'm hearing is that there's concerns that the urban water management plan, although it's reviewed and updated every 5 years, it is a 20-year planning horizon. I am hearing concerns that we're not looking out for the full 80-year term. There's a couple of answers to that. One, it's not legally required, but number two, more importantly, 80-year-long modeling and projections, you get past that 40 or 50-year planning term, it's some very suspect assumptions that you are making, and typically they're going to be wrong because it is so far out and we don't know what we don't know about climate change. The only consideration I think that is important to take into account is that if this project were to be approved by the Board of Supervisors and the impacts are above and beyond what was ever contemplated at year 20, the applicant or the project owner at that point is still essentially on the hook for every single mitigation monitoring measure that would be referenced into the conditions of approval, that would then be referenced into the conditional use permit, and then their conditional use permit would be automatically revoked if they were to impact additional wells at year 70 that were outside or not included in the original mitigation. The original mitigation does require for any well throughout the term of the full conditional use permit, if it's impacted at a point of significance was being determined to be that 10% decrease in the well column, to be the applicant or project proponent would then be required to pay for a temporary water source, whether that be trucking in water, or for a permanent water source, whether that be drilling the well deeper or hooking up to NID. So although I understand the concerns of the planning horizon, it is in compliance with the laws that govern the preparation of the water supply assessment.
And how do we guarantee that the finances will be there?
So
That's really married to that.
To that piece, and it's very valid. I've seen this handled in a number of different ways. There can be, the project proponent can obtain a bond, which requires an upfront payment, a percentage of the total bond coverage and upfront payment, which is money that is out of their pocket just for the bond. When the bond, what that means is that if they had a bond issued and they purchased a bond surety, we would hold basically the certificate to it, and then at any such time that there were these impacts that were covered by the bond, then we would be able to essentially cash in with the bonding firm. One of the challenges with that is figuring out the timing of the bond surety requirement. There's also a potential that we can, there's a lot of different ways to do this. They can put money in escrow. We have a lot of different avenues. So I think that it would be appropriate to direct staff to come up with what would be a reasonable time frame for any financial surety, the most reasonable mechanism for this financial surety, and then how does this financial, what is the scale of the financial surety? So
I think it's huge.
yeah, so our plan is the draft EIR, the dates got extended another, 30 days. And so we'll be working through this topic and the letter. And so we'll continue to frame up the best way in which we can influence the process to best protect our constituency.
So today, if we voted on the WSA, without the financial guarantees?
So this is a legal timing issue. So the issue is that any avenue or vehicle we have for requiring the financial surety is either through the mitigation and monitoring measures that are included in the environmental document, which isn't finalized till it's certified, or through the conditions of approval that are adopted by the Planning Commission, sometimes at the same time as the draft environmental document or final environmental document is certified. I'm not sure what the county's plan is on timing with that, or through conditions that are included on the conditional use permit. This is, the answer that I know isn't going to be well liked,
No.
And I understand, but unfortunately, with the timing and the requirement of the water code as it relates to the completion and approval of the water supply assessment,
We have 90 days.
we have 90 days, but what is more important to understand is that per the water code, the retail water provider, we approve the water supply assessment. That is then transferred to the lead agency. The lead agency, the county, makes the final determination in their findings through the certification of the final EIR that in fact this water supply does exist. So because of the timing that is already laid out, we have to go before the final EIR. It's just that's how the legal sequence is in the water code.
Without the, yeah. Is there any way we can condition that if we vote?
I think that,
we have water.
it would be, and that's the
But
problem.
The problem, we have water. The idea is we don't have the financial guarantees that the people who lose their wells will get serviced.
Right, and so I just want to clarify one thing, just so everybody's clear on this, and I know this isn't going to be a very popular statement, but it is the legal fact, is that the approval of the water supply assessment is actually not a guarantee or a reservation of capacity. That does not occur until you pay. And so in this situation where, we play out the 80-year scenario and wells in year 50 through 60 are impacted, this is in no way paying for or reserving capacity for those folks. We are at a little bit of a disadvantage with the timing and our concerns and the legal kind of goalposts that are put around this particular action for the district. There is substantial, unfortunately, legal risk to the district to make the decision or findings related to the narrow scope of the water supply assessment about these other items. With that said, I do think that we have some good opportunity through the draft environmental document review, through also providing comments on the conditional use permit to require or address these concerns that we would like to have addressed.
So everybody who's addressed us today and more, if they're concerned that the monitoring wells are not expanded out far enough, and that there should be more financial guarantees, then they need to be at the Planning Commission and talking to the commissioners and the supervisors.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's very important from a CEQA perspective. So if, there is a lawsuit in the future related to CEQA, it is a lawsuit that is essentially filed by the lead agency. I'm going to pretty much guarantee that there is an agreement between the county and the project proponent, that the project proponent would pay for any legal costs. And in that situation, when CEQA does go to basically rises to the level of going to court, it's typically a review of the administrative record. So it is very important for agencies such as ourselves to ensure, and the general public, to ensure that we put these comments in writing as well as make our comments heard at the hearings, which we plan on doing.
And I would just like to add to what Rich has been saying. He's been talking about the impacted well owners, but what Laura referenced earlier is if those property owners end up with well failures and the district needs to provide extended water lines, regardless, of, well, let's leave it there. We have to provide those water line extensions. The cost will be in the multi millions. And so we need to protect our ratepayers from having to absorb a cost which I know that it's the issue of the property owners, but we're going to get wrapped right up in it. And so we have to protect all of our ratepayers, not just these well owners. And I think that what we've talked about, the financial assurance, I realize we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And
I do want to make one point of clarification, because I think it's very important in these situations just to be forthright with the public. In the event that there were wells impacted beyond the 30 homes, there is no legal obligation for the district to pay for these water line extensions. And as noted, and it is a very important point, it would be difficult for us to get a project off the ground that quickly, right? I mean, we could do some emergency type things, but you're probably looking at 18 months, and that's a pretty long run of pipe, and it is very expensive. Taking that consideration, you know, it would be challenging for the district to have a large expenditure of public funds to put in a multi-million-dollar pipeline with no type of reimbursement back for these connections.
right.
And so I do want everybody to be aware of, you know, obviously it is a financial risk. I think that the request for financial surety and some reasonable time period during the dewatering, and I'm starting to think on a technical basis of how we could tie that to actual well elevations in the deeper monitoring wells. Would be helpful, and I think that it would probably it would help to address the concerns that I'm hearing from the board.
So the county needs to step up.
I have a question. So in other states, there are, when homes, because it may not be that there'll be 30 homes on one alignment that all fail. So there'll be a home here, a home there. And in other states, they have, the water districts have where you install a tank on your property, just like a propane company, and the water company, NID, would take it and go and fill these tanks on some kind of routine basis. Is that part of NID, Nevada County? Does Nevada County allow that?
So the current conditions in the mitigation and monitoring plan do provide for the project proponent to be required to provide a temporary source of water. And so what that would essentially, where that would come into play, if they started dewatering and they impacted 5 wells, then that would be probably a scenario that they would use. They would bring tanks. It would probably only be temporary. I would have to look in their code to see if they would allow any type of tank situation on a long-term basis. Typically, my experience, cities and counties don't do that on a normal basis. It might be more practical. Yeah, I've never seen, have you, Steve, I've never seen a temporary connection allowed like that on a long-term basis.
For the county
For potable water supply, I've never seen it.
I think it's done.
I think it's done. I mean, it's done in other.
It can be done in other states. I've never seen it in California.
Valley, I know that.
Yeah, and we can check into it.
I mean, that's the only solution I could think of, and for these really dispersed wells that may go dry, that we would be on the hook for.
Yeah.
Jennifer, can you comment on how, most of the people who called in asked for us to commit to a 30-day extension. Can you comment on, kind of what you see as the potential benefit or drawback of taking that action on behalf of the board?
Sure. So this one it's a little gray area. So one of the challenges is that the water code is not very specific on when the 90-day clock starts. So when this project originally came to the district's attention, we actually requested them to delay the preparation and submittal of the draft water supply assessment to allow for the completion of the urban water management plan. And the reason behind this was that the urban water management plan contemplated supply from the Centennial Water Project that is now on hold. So the project applicant and the county agreed with that request. We then received a new draft report, I want to say in the September-October timeframe. And at that time, staff then took in the draft report, completed a review, and had some comments and kind of did this back and forth thing that you would normally do when you're reviewing a technical document. We did not technically receive the final stamped document until December 2nd. I think it's the 2nd. So we are sitting, so depending on what day you go off of, and this is where, you know, we get into the situation where there's probably not, I'm gonna assume not case law on defining when the clock starts ticking. So it's automatically a gamble if there's not case law from a legal perspective. So even if we take you know, on the conservative side of the 90 days and say, okay, we're gonna count the December 1st date, we're still looking at, you know, 62, we're at 71 days. We're still within the 90 days. This 30-day extension is a little bit of a gray area, only from the point of we're not overly comfortable when the clock started ticking in the first place because there isn't case law. Not that we can't defend it, I think we can, but you never want to be the first one out the gate having to defend a legal aspect that hasn't been flushed out in the courts. With that said, the whole crux of the matter is whether it's 30 homes or 300 homes, the outcome from a very narrow water supply, not we like the project or we don't have concerns with the project, but just answering the single question, is the water supply, can we supply what the current scope's project is? That answer does not change. We're not in a situation where we're going into a moratorium. We have already accounted for water supplies for these properties through the urban water management plan because they're in district. These folks can already hook up right now. If they came to the counter right now, we would start, especially from a treated water perspective, allowing them to hook up. So that's where our challenge a little bit lies. And, you know, I'm always cognizant of kind of the workload issue, you know, bringing an item back multiple times. The delay, I don't think, would change the outcome. However, with that said, I do think, and Dustin and I have discussed this, that it is warranted to condition, if the board so desires to move on this item, to condition the item that is only subject to any approval would only be subject to the exact scope that was in the water supply assessment. If that scope were to change, then our approval no longer stands, and they would have to resubmit the document.
Say that in our motion.
That would be in any, yes, Dustin and I would recommend that would be made in any draft motion. What I'm hearing from the public, and I understand the comments, that there seems to be a very legitimate scoping concern. Unfortunately, with the water supply assessment, and we're not the lead agency, the district does not scope the project, the county scopes the project. So those concerns, whether we make those same concerns or not, they need to be directed to the county needs to require the project to re-scoped, and then the water supply assessment would come back to the district.
Yeah.
So the comment was made that we should have scoped it, but we're not groundwater experts.
No, so, and, you know, it's not a valid comment. So usually what happens in these situations, when you have a private entity, any type of project applicant, all public agencies require them to pay for the preparation of the technical studies themselves. So, for example, the county is a lead agency, and there's all these technical studies that have to be completed in support of the draft environmental document process. The county leads the effort, but they are paid for by the project applicant. It's on a reimbursement type basis usually. In this particular situation, I don't know that the outcome would necessarily change. We would still be using an outside consultant. We would not be doing significant groundwater modeling work in-house. Right. We did take a very close look at the documents. We have a comfort level that we can provide water for 30 homes. We are not through this process saying, is the 30 homes the right number, right? That is a county purview and outside of what our charge is under this very narrow scope. But that does not mean we have to like the project or agree with the project or cannot comment on the project or try to protect our constituents, which we should. It just means under the current law, we are very, very narrow. We're just answering the question of, is water supply available?
For the project that the county has described.
Correct. Am I leaving anything out, Dustin?
I just want to emphasize the reserve jurisdiction component. If the county ultimately changes the project to include from 30 to 100 or however many, you'll get a second bite of that apple to revisit, do we have now water supply availability for this enlarged project? So again, this is a very narrow issue. Do we have water supply availability for the project as described by the county? That's issue number one. That's what you're deciding today. The secondary discussion, which most of the comments focused on, are more of NID weighing in, utilizing its expertise for this draft EIR. And that's a separate, it's a related discussion, but it's separate from the contemplated action today.
Can I comment on that separate discussion? Will there be any way for our engineering managers to get like a bookend of how much it would cost? They're saying 100 homes, 30 homes, but what if it was 100 homes? What if it was 150 homes?
We could do that.
To get it, to say, just in the ballpark, this is what we would think, if we could make sure that comment is added to,
We need to give
in our brief
Right,
estimate,
exactly.
we would think it would cost this much. And
Yeah, we've
get
actually,
that on the record.
we've actually started looking at that already, so yeah, we could absolutely do something.
Yeah, so we
Discussed it, but
we can provide a cost estimate of the 30 homes, which is required per mitigation already. And then we will do a cost estimate for an additional sphere of homes.
Excellent.
and
And we'll do all in. We'll do design, construction, the whole thing, capacity fees,
And that'll be put into the EIR?
into our comments, correct.
One last thing, could you, you or Chip, please comment or respond to the caller from Penn Valley who said that, expressed frustration because we'd be hooking up 30 homes or potentially more homes on treated water, and they were looking to get access to, I would assume, raw water.
Look at number 9,
Yeah.
Our next topic. Yeah, I can only make the assumption that these particular folks had recently inquired about hooking up, and as you know, because of our drought contingency plan implementation, we have a freeze on new raw water connections. I'm assuming that's the case. There are a handful of locations where we are capacity limited on our canals, and we can't offer new connections until we do some upgrade to the facilities. But those are very, very narrow. It's a very small number. So I'm hoping that this particular individual was just inconvenienced because of the current drought, and hopefully we're able to address that in the near future.
And I think it's important to note that those parcels within that 30-home area and even in the adjacent areas, there is no pause on any new treated water connections, so they could come in the door and hook up right now.
That was what I wanted the person to understand.
Yeah.
We have an obligation to provide treated water customer connections unless we don't have the supply, but.
Correct. There seems to be a little bit of a confusion within the community related to the water that is needed for mine operations versus water needed for the potential residential connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there currently on the mine property, there are 2 meters that are already there, a 5/8-inch meter and a 4-inch meter. They are already hooked up and have already paid their capacity fees. That is not included in this decision today. So there has been no ask for additional water for mine operations. The ask has been for additional, or can you supply water for those 30 homes?
Thank you, Jennifer. Well stated.
So I guess we make a
We
motion.
make a motion.
All right.
We're going to flip for this?
Yeah, that's right.
So you want to be on the hook?
I think I'm the loser on this one. Okay, so I'm not sure I'm going to approach it right, so I will take counseling from our council or others. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the WSA and that we direct staff to provide us with a resolution describing our approval and specifying that should there be changes to the draft EIR, that we have the ability to revisit that, to revisit our WSA, and that we include the financial assurance for well impacts, water quality, and financial impacts to the district And I would like to also add that we are not in any way commenting on the
Merits of the.
the merits of the project. Yes, thank you.
So let me unpack that, to try to make sure I understand your motion. There's 3, maybe 4 parts. Part 1, you're approving the water supply assessment.
Right.
Presented to you. Part 2 is that you're, in my terminology, reserving jurisdiction, that in the event the county changes the scope of the project, the mitigation measures that are applicable to water supply impacts or water quality impacts, that you're reserving jurisdiction as a district to revisit your prior approval. And then 3, you're directing staff, as we've discussed, as part of this separate path, to prepare comments as a responsible agency concerning the financial assurance piece and the other related concerns that have been expressed. That captures.
And then just 4 is that we're not commenting, we're not endorsing the project or speaking to the merits of the project.
Yeah, we're fulfilling a legal obligation.
Right.
And I also think it's important to know, we are also reserving any legal pathway we would like to take under CEQA if our concerns are not addressed.
That's right. And then, so I'm not sure, I don't think this is part of the resolution, which is now getting more convoluted, but, so we are going to work with the county to ensure that those financial assurances are integrated, that the monitoring wells are appropriately placed, and that the mitigations run with the land, not to simply current the owners.
Correct, so that I just want a clarification, that the mitigation for the requirement to pay for the ongoing monthly water bill runs with the land.
Correct.
Too.
Don't ask me to restate it.
No, Chris is gonna restate it.
Don't make me.
No, Dustin's gonna restate.
I think we got it. Yeah.
He's gonna restate what I need to say.
Okay, well, let me try to restate it. 4 parts to the motion. 1, that you're approving the water supply assessment for the Idaho-Maryland mine project as presented by the lead agency. 2, that the district's reserving jurisdiction to revisit this approval in the event that the county changes the project description or its assessment of water supply or water quality impacts. 3, directing staff to prepare comments to the draft environmental impact report, raising the district's concerns related to financial assurances for well impacts, water quality, and any financial impacts to the district or its landowners. 4, and ensuring that the requirements run with the land rather than just the landowner. And then lastly, part 4, that the district is not taking a position on the underlying merits of the project.
Listen, in your opinion, these things are all appropriate to add to this, the WSA motion? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only question I had. You got more stuff in there than I would have put in there, so there we go. Good job. Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Any further discussion from the board?
I just want to restate before you vote on this motion that Director Heck has not been in attendance and has not participated at all in the discussion or the decision-making on this item.
You pointed at?
A hand keeps getting raised.
We are.
So if you want to just confirm to the public?
What's that? I can't see it.
He's spoken before, Mr. Johnson.
Just let them know that he's already spoken.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, we already concluded the public comment period for this motion,
I'm going to lower his hand.
and we'll have, need a reread of the motion. No, okay, we don't. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Division 4, Aye. Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Okay, thank you all. Thank you for all who are been participating today. Consultants, everyone. Really informative morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt, you got all that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you.
A
Thank
preview
you.
of what's to come at the planning commission.
All right. Lunch is ready? Okay.
We call for a recess.
Okay, we'll take a recess for lunch,
15, 120?
15 or 30 minutes?
1:15, I think is fine.
15 minutes.
1:15.
115.
Oh, come back at 1:15, half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. This time.
I'm unmuting the room.
You know, Chris, I may need help here. It says join meeting, enter ID. Oh, she's got that screen, yeah.
I've got the data screen. I can turn the computer off because the volume is on.
Whoa.
Oh, that could have been. Okay, so just don't join audio and we'll be okay.
Mine, there's nothing.
There's nothing on it. So I'll get you set up again, but we are live, so whenever you want to bring it back up.
Oh, we're live, okay. Okay, we're back in session, Irrigation District Board of Directors meeting. Next item on the agenda is number 9, reducing drought emergency response to stage 1. Chip.
Yes.
Good day.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Chip Close, Water Operations Manager, and I'm here for you today to recommend a reduction of the drought response from a stage 2 to a stage 1 level. But first, a little background for you all. Essentially, if y'all remember, from July 1st, 2020 through July 30th of 2021, it was the 3rd driest year on record for NID. And was really alarming at that point in time, which led the district to declare a drought emergency on April 28th. After that date, continued dry conditions made conditions even worse, which led to the adoption of Resolution 2021-21, placing the district into a Stage 2 drought emergency. It was a little bit of a hybrid Stage 2, but it did strongly encourage reduction of irrigation water use, mandatory reductions of 20% from our treated water customers, and implemented drought pricing surcharges. And we'll get into those in a little bit more detail as we move through the rest of this background, but I wanted to highlight those are some of the things that we put into place and have been challenging. I should also add, we also froze new raw water customers and did not allow for fall water sales. So some pretty big but necessary measures were taken due to the dry conditions. But we're fortunate so far that the start of 2021-22 water year has been, well, it's been a roller coaster ride, let's just be honest. We had record-breaking rainfall in October, we had record-breaking snowfall in December, but really November was rather dry, and January and February are both alarmingly dry, right? Regardless of all of that, we have to look at the data that's before us and make a determination on where we're moving forward to. And I've put that data together in a PowerPoint today, and I'd like to walk you guys through it. So we'll start off with our Bowman Lake precipitation reporting. Again, this is the blue shaded area is the 135-year average. We have a lot of data, by the way. That's what happens when you've been around for 100 years. But when you look at this chart, what you're going to see is that the yellow line is 2020, 2021. The orange line there is 2019 and 2020. The red line is this year. What you can see is we still remain above average at 43.46 inches of rain, even though we really haven't seen hardly anything in January or February so far.
Can I jump out of this for a second?
Yes.
There we go. Try that again.
Thank you.
That's where you are?
Not yet. Oh, that's okay. We'll go there. Everybody get the precedent so far. The moral of the story is we are above average. We are at 114%. And part of that precipitation outlook that we do every year includes a snow survey. And we have done one. We completed one for February 1st. And we're fortunate to have a little video here put together by Ashley, one of our senior hydrographers. And it's a really great video of what a snow survey is and how it's conducted. And so we're gonna walk through that. Hot off the press.
Hi, Ashley Vandermeer. I'm the senior hydrographer for the Nevada Irrigation District. Today, we're going to measure the snowpack at the headwaters of the Yuba River. Every year, we measure the snowpack once a month from February through May. NID measures 6 snow courses in cooperation with the Department of Water Resources, California Cooperative Snow Survey Program. We access these courses via snowshoes, helicopter, or snowmobile. Snow surveys determine the amount of water contained within the snowpack. called the snow water equivalent. This data has been used to forecast 70,000 acres of high elevation watersheds. This is the water that fills our reservoirs that we can then use for hydropower, raw and treated water, and recreational uses. After a record-breaking October and December, but a very dry November and January, we'll see how the snowpack is holding up.
Can we book a ticket on February?
On March 1st, I know, I want to go.
When arriving to the course, first thing to do is assemble the snow tubes, then let them chill in the snow to acclimate to the colder temperatures. This helps prevent icing within the tubes. Generally, snow surveys are performed by a team of 3 people. One person to drive and weigh the snow tubes, one person to clean out and measure the dirt, and one person to take notes and make calculations. Every snow course has start and end markers with set sample locations in between. This ensures that course data can be compared year after year. NID has snow data dating all the way back to April of 1923.
That hole is 22 inches of squeeze, 0.98 core to depth, and 37% depth.
When the team is ready and the snow tubes have spooled, the team walks to the starting mark and measures out the first sample location. Ideally, one vertical drive of the snow tube through the snowpack will be sufficient to hit the dirt below the snow. When the driver thinks they have hit dirt, they read the outside depth of the snow before pulling the tubes up. Once the tubes have been removed from the snowpack, the inside core depth is read. A dirt cap on the bottom of the sample ensures that the whole snow column is captured and that no snow or ice falls out when the tubes are pulled up. The cleaner carefully removes the dirt cap and measures the amount that was removed. The snow tubes are then weighed on a scale calibrated to measure inches of water. When the tare weight of the empty snow tubes are subtracted out, the final value is the snow water equivalent.
The snow water equivalent.
Look up on the screen, better.
Florida had a snow 0.94 and the density was 41.
If the sample meets quality control, then the team moves on to the next sample location. Courses typically have 8 to 10 sample points and can take anywhere from 20 minutes to an entire day to sample a single course. Despite the dry January, this round of data collection found an average snow water equivalent of 24.7 inches and an average depth of 63.2 inches across the 5 upper watershed snow courses. This translates to 125% of average snow water equivalent and 112% of average depth based on the period of record.
Yay.
Nice. You know, the live stream was good. It just didn't hear our bandwidth.
Oh, okay, very good.
Can you turn that line down?
Oh, yeah.
Hi. Oh, there she is.
Okay, that was a great video. Thank you to Ashley and, was it her husband? Yes, husband helped out with that. Wonderful. Very cool. Well done. And so here's the results, basically from that snow survey. And again, it kind of mirrors the precipitation average where we remain above the historical average for this time of year. So that's somewhat of the good news. Hopefully the forecast turns around here soon and we can continue to add to that snowpack. Our reservoir storage is rebounding quite nicely. We're now at 187,489 acre feet, which is 97% of our 8-year average. Still making up a lot of ground, 69% of capacity. We have a little ways to go, but making headway. Our treated water usage comparison, I changed this graph. We had for many years been comparing to 2013. That drought is long gone. And I'm now using more current data. So what I have done now is taken the last 10 years of usage and averaged them, and that's what you now see in the blue shaded area. And then the 2020 is the green line, and you can see how last year it was very dry.
at the end of summer and into fall, and that is representative of that green line being outside the blue shaded area on the right there. We had high usage. Last year, again, was very dry, started dry, and our treated water usage started very high, but then we enacted drought measures right about here, and you can see our customers responded and reduced their usage, and we appreciate that, and so conservation continues.
But Chip, am I looking at it correctly? Overall, though, they used more water, we used more water, in, oh, I see, green, I see, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Never mind.
No worries. So overall, they're in the same, looking at the green line, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Overall, in 2021, we used 5% less than in 2020.
Okay, thank you.
That happens to be about 15%, though, if you only analyze the data from July 1st, when we enacted drought, to December 31st, that is about 15%. So they really did step it up during that time frame. And then in January of 2022, we've started off quite well at 6% less than last year. So, and January was very dry, so that's commendable, so we appreciate that. Now, you guys have seen this many times. This is the California Drought Monitor as of October 12th, 2021. It was very bleak. Most of the state was an exceptional drought. That improved moving into January. And even though we haven't gotten much rain since January, you can see overall the state forecast continues to improve. And I think a lot of that is due based on the snowpack and the anticipated runoff that is yet to come.
Hey, Chip, how is that reconciled with the fact that there's no state water for the program?
We'll get to that, but there is state water. It's just, you got to look where it's at. So right now, it's all up in the snowpack right now, and that's what the state is looking at. I will say, however, if we don't get more rain or snow in the forecast, this is probably going to turn back around and start turning red again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that snow survey, did we take the temperature of the snow to see how stable that snowpack is?
We use density of the snow to determine when it's going to run. When densities reach around 50%, the water tends to start to move. Densities from this snow survey are around 38 to 39%, which is a little higher than normal for this time of year, but not in the realm of water running off. And you can also see that data in the SNOTEL sensor sites that measure SWE. You'll see that they've retained over the last few weeks the water content, haven't really lost it.
Okay, so 50% is average, and we're a little wetter than average, but not.
No, 50% of density. So when the snow water equivalent and the height of the snow hit a density level of 50%, that snow is starting to break down and run.
Oh, okay, we're at 39.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we're assuming the soil underneath is pretty saturated?
Well, that's a big difference from this year compared to the end of 2020, right? We had very dry conditions at the end of 2020, and we had La Nina conditions, so when a storm did come in finally in November, it was snow. The ground was completely dry, so our runoff efficiency or return flows that we got from the snowpack were greatly diminished because of that. We saw a much reduced runoff in the spring of 21. This year, we don't anticipate the same thing because we had a couple storms in September and then a really big set of storms in late October that were warm. So the ground did absorb water before the snowpack came in. So we're hopeful that the runoff efficiency will be stronger than last year.
Okay. So the 8 to 14 day precipitation outlook from NOAA continues to show dry. I think everybody is aware of that. I've looked as far out as I can, and it shows dry, but my rain dance, I feel like, is going to kick in the end of February. And you know,
Miracle March.
50-50 chance at this point in time.
Yeah, what about Miracle March?
It doesn't even need to be a miracle March. I'll take an average March.
Okay.
How about that?
March is showing 12 days of rain.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
The long-term forecasters are saying that end of February into March, they see this pattern changing. Yeah. That's a long ways out. I never really trust everything they say, but we'll keep our fingers crossed. Regardless, we can only do with the information we have on the ground at this point in time. And as Tori mentioned, last year we were caught a little bit off guard by the actual snow melt that we got was very bleak and not what anybody had anticipated. So what we have done is we've taken the current conditions of the snowpack and run a couple of forecasts for you. You're gonna see three different lines, and I'll try to walk you through each one. This is our reservoir storage, our 8-year average right here. That's the blue shaded area. The first line you see is this purple line. You can see it peaks out at 243,600 acre feet, and then we start irrigation season, it starts to drop off. This is what we are forecasting by using 75% of average precipitation moving forward and 60% of runoff moving forward, okay? So that's, in our case, we think that's actually fairly conservative, given that the state DWR recently put out their Bulletin 120 for the Yuba River at Smartsville, predicting 97%. That's rather high. We're gonna be conservative. We've gone even more conservative than that in our other forecasts. So the next line, the yellow line, is forecasting 50% of yet to come precipitation, 60% runoff. We follow that line through.
Chip, what do you mean by 50% of forecast? So the forecast is for 8 inches of rain, you say it's gonna be 4?
It would be 50% of the average precipitation we get from today moving forward. So instead of saying that we're gonna have an average remainder of February and an average March and average April, we're saying, no, we're only gonna get 50% of what happens. We're trying to be as conservative as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And what's the slash 50%
60% in that
Runoff.
is the runoff from the snowpack. We're saying we're not going to get 100% of the snowpack, we're only gonna get 60%. And in fact, last year, when we got caught off guard, it was only around 40%.
It was 46% is what it turned out to be after April 1.
So very low number, way lower than we normally get. Which leads us to our worst case scenario. This is the bottom blue line. And this is forecast to be, we ran that forecast at 25% of precipitation yet to come and only 45% of snowpack. So that to us is one of the worst case scenarios. And even at that, what I'd like to focus on is that we end the season, the irrigation season, at 107,000 acre feet. That's pretty good. Not the 110,000 we're targeting in our resolution. However, this forecast does not include any PG&E purchase water.
Right.
We did include those funds in this year's budget to make that purchase. We generally think it'll be about 15,000 acre feet, maybe more, and will clearly get us above that 110,000 acre feet target. So when you put all those numbers together, you can see that we are in pretty good shape. I'm not sure that we need to be in a stage 2 drought emergency anymore. However, we're not out of the woods yet, and that's why staff would like to recommend we stay in a drought emergency, but only at a stage 1 level. This will allow us to continue the conservation messaging. It will allow us to start to communicate to our irrigation customers for the 2023 irrigation season that, yes, we're ready to deliver water to you. However, we are really preaching conservation, and we are going to send you all the voluntary reduction paperwork that we're encouraging you to reduce this year. However, if 2024 is wet, you can go back to your old allotments without any penalty or risk of losing it. I want to make those points clear to our customer base. They're always concerned with that. Additionally, when I first started this discussion, we talked about drought surcharge pricing. And in the staff report, I tried to provide you an estimate of the pricing and the costs of drought for the district so far. So I can kind of walk you through that. I just want to start on the graph on page 2. Basically, what it shows, the first part of that graph, it shows the treated water sales. July 1st through December 31st, we had a 15% reduction in the treated water sales. That led to nearly $1 million in reduced revenue. We anticipated that was going to happen. And that is why we have drought contingency plan pricing. Add to that, we had seasonal raw water voluntary reductions, which we appreciated, but it did in the end lead to about $58,000 in lost revenue. And then last but not least, we had fall water sales elimination, which was about another $30,000 of lost revenue. Moving on to the top of the next page, you can see some of the increased operational costs due to drought. And again, these are very rough estimates. They're not down to the minute detail, but rough estimates show basically $850,000 in total increased operational costs that range from the purchase of PG&E water at $700,000 all the way down to increased public outreach and mailings. So all told, that the cost and loss of revenue due to drought was $1.935 million. Now, how much has the district brought in with its drought surcharge pricing? If you move down to the next graph, it shows you the treated water billings from July 1st through December 31st have brought in $1.5 million in revenue. And the drought surcharge pricing for our raw water customers has come in at about $500,000. So all told, when we add that up, we have now basically paid for all the costs of drought. And that's an additional reason why staff believes we should back this off a little bit, go back to stage one, go back to normal pricing, but continue to ask for conservation and encourage it.
Stage one does not include drought surcharge. How about fall water deliveries?
So stage one is basically voluntary. We're going to ask everybody to cut back 10%. We encourage limited outdoor watering. We'll reach out to fire departments about flushing and practice drills. We'll do all the things that are in the normal drought stage one contingency plan. One of the big ones for the ag customers, again, I already mentioned this, but is to allow voluntary reductions, but it won't hurt them in a future allotment if needed. We're going to communicate all of our conservation regulations, which are actually now part of the state's new emergency order. That's the no watering, washing of sidewalks, no washing your car without a hose nozzle, all those things are already in our rules and regulations. We'll continue to harp on those. Leak repair receives high priority. Additional public outreach, standard rates are in effect, and so all those things go into play. The one difference from the normal stage one drought contingency plan that I'm asking for in the resolution is that normally we would declare no new or increased surplus water availability. We're not really prepared to make that final declaration yet. We'd like to give Mother Nature a little more time to see where we end up before April, and we'll come back to the board. If at such time there is no more rain and no more precipitation occurring, then yes, we'll be prepared to say no, there is no surplus water. If, however, we get a very wet, a miracle March, or April's very, very wet, we can come back to this board at that point in time and say, look, storage is great, runoff is anticipated to be great, we do have surplus, we want to make that available. So that's the only difference from the normal drought, stage one drought contingency plan that we're approaching you with today in the resolution.
And stage one allows, like, there's been some moratoriums listed down in Placer County.
Yes.
Does it allow raw water customers new customers to sign up?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to mention that. So the current stage two drought, we have frozen all raw water sales. This will allow those sales to occur again. We'll be reaching out to our customer base with the invite letter again. Those calls have really picked up in the last few weeks. People know irrigation season's coming, and we're getting a lot of inquiries.
Some of the people we've recently heard from the public complaining about the moratorium, there's also, one canal left that still has a moratorium on it?
Yes.
Due to capacity size. And then there's a couple other capacity issues with the mutual water companies, correct?
Yes, there's a number of canals that have narrow constrictions and small areas that we need to improve, and we're working on getting a list to you so we can better communicate where those locations are and how many customers it is.
Pet Hill Extension.
That's one of them. Kind of a mix between a private issue and an NID issue, but we'll get through it.
Those are the fun ones, right?
Yeah.
Regarding you said there was recent laws, I think it was mostly in urban water reduction requirements for drought. But how does that relate? I mean, do we have any enforcement? We have a lot of rural residential properties that are not treated water. So those new regulations don't apply to them, is that correct? Or how does that work?
They are specific to treated water usage, just because that's the majority of the customer base for the state of California. However, if we see water waste occurring, we do have the report water waste line that we encourage people to call into the district, and we go out to those folks and have a conversation with them. These are the folks that are using raw water and potentially overwatering, and that water is running into the road and flooding the roadside irrigation, roadside ditches, things like that. We get a lot of calls of that nature, and we actually do reach out to those folks and let them know, hey, it's a dry year, it's a drought year. Is there anything we can do to help you cut back?
I've met with several constituents that think, well, we buy this water, they run it through their ponds, they run it down, it goes down the ditch, goes to the neighbors, runs through their volume, and it just runs right through, but it leaves their property. And so that's a waste and unreasonable use. They're supposed to use their water within their property boundary. But it's hard to get that point across, so I don't know how to.
Well, especially if the other neighbors are counting on it, right? And that's a conversation that we need to encourage and have with those folks that buy water from us. This is really meant for your parcel and not for everybody else as well. Otherwise, we'll hook them up as a customer as well.
I think a lot of our rural residential uses the bulk of our water. And, well, no, I can't say that, but raw water uses the bulk of the water. And so there's a lot of efficiencies to be had there, but because it's state mandated, we haven't necessarily prioritized getting that word out. I think we should try and get the word out.
Well, I think we've done a lot, actually. We have done a lot of individual mailings to all the customers. We're preparing a letter right now as we speak that as soon as we get direction from the board, we're going to put in a question and answer letter to all of our customers about how our system works, how you can voluntarily cut back. Please fill out this form and mail it back to us, and we'll cut you back. And then if 2024 is wet, you'll go back to your regular allotment. So we're really moving forward on trying to do some more outreach.
Chip, I wondered if in that mailer that you might have some testimonials from people who did cut back, because this lore that if you cut back, you can never get your water back is not true, and we need some. I think it's more convincing if it's coming from somebody I cut back, and it worked fine for me. You know, part of it is that people aren't even experimenting. So, you buy 2 inches and you're going, well, what's it worth to keep my 2 inches versus giving back a ½ inch or whatever it is. I feel like we need something coming from the customer side saying, I did it and it worked for me.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, for sure.
So, how do you define this scenario that Laura came up with? You run in your pond, you try to contain it there, but it runs through the, down a stream to a neighbor who has an intermittent permit? Or is what type of interrupted permit?
So if they're following the rules and regulations of NID, if they're an intermittent flow account, it's somebody who's utilizing either the tailwaters of a canal system or maybe even the tailwaters from runoff from another parcel, but they are an NID customer and they are paying for their share.
Yeah, and that's not waste. That's not a waste.
No, because they're a legitimate customer.
Yeah.
They're paying for their service.
Right.
I think with the one that
no.
Peters was referencing is maybe somebody who wasn't a customer but counting on that runoff to occur.
Right.
And there are a number of those. It just takes some better communication out to those folks to say, hey, really, if you want the water, come talk to us.
Mm-hmm.
Set you up an account, you can be a
And how much is an intermittent permit? That's not much.
Oh goodness, we just changed it through the new rate study. But it's nearly the cost of a regular customer at this point. Because what we have found is that most of the intermittent flow accounts have water year-round. They used to be heavily discounted because it wasn't a guaranteed source of supply, and generally speaking, it wasn't there. But what we found is these areas where we've allowed these intermittent accounts to occur, there's generally water there all the time. If there wasn't, we wouldn't allow it.
Gotcha. But you don't, some canals, that's if they're at the end of a canal or they're the beneficiary somehow.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have that at most of the end of all of our canals? The end of the canals are intermittent accounts?
It's very hit or miss, and a lot of times it has to do with where the tailwaters end up. If the tailwaters from the end of a canal end up in a natural creek or stream, there's generally a high potential for intermittent flow accounts along that creek or stream. If the canal is very small and the tailwater ends up in a pond in somebody's yard and they utilize most of it, there's not going to be any intermittent flow accounts beyond that. just because there's not a high volume of water there.
But the person that owns that pond is taking the benefit of our tailwater, our intermittent.
They're usually a normal account holder, yeah.
So what is your recommendation about the purchase or not of the PG&E water?
That's a great question. Great question. So I encourage us to buy the maximum amount of PG&E water every year moving forward.
That's kind of what I was feeling, but I wanted to hear what you had to say.
4 nods, we didn't know. Did you
Yeah,
guys-
everybody, I think
we all
you got
nodded?
5 nods, yes.
Yes, definitely, because you can
Okay.
carry it over.
That's right, I
Vote
know.
away, vote often.
And since we have it in our budget, I just assumed us do it earlier rather than later.
And we have done a change in our budget this year in that we included that as a normal O&M cost, whereas in the past, it was a supplemental cost, and we used to have to do a budget amendment and
Right.
whatnot to cover it. I will say, as a one single line item purchase, it looks like a shocking amount of money, but when you look at the amount of water and what we're paying for it, it is a bargain, and I think we really do need to get PG&E used to the fact that we're gonna utilize this water every year.
Yeah.
Good. Yep.
Ken, under the 218 process, can you double tier, charge a higher rate for the PG&E water?
You could, it'd be
Yeah,
hard. So from the perspective of who would you be charging?
Right.
Who do you pick to?
So,
You can, so per Prop 218, you are allowed to have tiers, but you have to ensure that the tiers are proportional to the cost to provide them extra water.
You have to have a nexus.
Yeah, and in the event of purchasing the PG&E water, you technically could make that case. I don't know that I would necessarily recommend that without fleshing the idea out more to see if the math substantiates it. It's one of those things we'd have to look at. In the cases where you do purchase water, especially in times of drought, that is easier to substantiate a higher level cost for a higher tier based on the volumetric usage, but we would
Right.
need to look into it more.
Because,
I would also caution you that depending on where we deliver PG&E water to or where we accept it at, the price is different.
of course,
So if we accept PG&E water on the So.Yuba Canal side of the world, it costs us a lot more money because PG&E is not able to generate power with it moving down through the system. Whereas on the Bear River side, they utilize all of that flow, they make power with it, so it's much cheaper for us. So,
But
it's a slippery slope if you want to charge each section of the raw water system a different price, whereas right now, everything's kind of postage stamp rate.
but it's done in other districts.
Sure.
Because the price differential is huge.
Okay, sure.
It could be 190 versus 450 an acre foot. And so and that is a nexus because they go out and purchase that water under transfer. In this case, it might, you want to put it in the So.Yuba Canal, may serve cities that are not in the district, but can absorb the higher price.
Sure, but look at it the other way. Our system is so interconnected, as we learned in the Plan for Water process, right? That if we put that water from PG&E into the Bear River arm into Rollins, now we can conserve water on the So.Yuba River side.
Right.
Yuba River side, and use that to, supply the Nevada County side of the world. So really, they both benefit nearly equally. It's just a different path.
I agree. And then, so
Water's cheaper and all.
Yes, correct.
So I have two concerns. One is next year,
Right.
because this drought doesn't seem to be given up. And is 108,000 plus PG&E purchases going to be enough? It's more than this year,
Right.
but so I'm just really concerned that we're in a multi-year drought rather than just year by year, and that our drought contingency, when we look at it, we may have to start moving up our levels.
Sure.
Put more of an emphasis on demand management.
It's all involved, yeah.
So the one thing I can offer, and I hear your concern, and given the forecast, it's warranted, right? I mean, it's dry, and people are beginning to wonder when we're gonna get rain again. But because we make this step today, or if we take this step today, it doesn't mean we can't change it again in April. Right. Or at another time when we feel it's warranted. But given that we're close to sending out major communications to our raw water customers, establishing the billing for the irrigation season. Those folks always communicate to us. They want to know as early as possible what kind of water they're going to have available.
Of course.
This is not a guarantee by any means, but at least it allows us to start the communications. If we need to yoke it back because we don't get enough rain, we can do so. But again, the data kind of supports that we really are in a stage 1 drought emergency and not a stage 2 anymore.
We will be. So could we, like, do a hybrid again? Is it really too early to start selling more water, hooking more people up? Can we take their name, number, and say, we need another month before we really are comfortable?
I don't think so, and I say that because although we have a lot of inquiries coming in on the phone, the reality is when people look at how far they are from our canal system and the fact that they have to get easements across so many neighboring parcels, the reality of those calls is the number of people that actually do it is very, very low.
I got you.
Additionally, if they don't already have a box installed on the canal, there's a high likelihood they're not gonna get it this summer anyway. We don't have the time to get hundreds of raw water boxes installed before irrigation season.
But somebody who maybe, I know of a case, maybe they dropped it and haven't paid for a couple of years, but they have a box, it's all set up, they can come in this year and sign up again, get their water. Okay, and then they're good for down the road.
Yes.
I want to follow up on the PG&E question. So, when would we effect or make the purchase? At what point in time?
So, yeah, per the contract, it's a monthly purchase. And it actually details that we can purchase water from PG&E year-round. However, I will say that generally speaking, we don't purchase it in the middle of winter because we're already getting plenty of natural runoff. Don't necessarily need it. However, last year, what months did we purchase?
We purchased May through September, and our purchase amount is based off of the May 1 Sacramento Valley Index. So the amounts in the spring or in the winter period that Chip was referring to are very small. There's not a lot of substance and a lot of water available. The bulk of that water does come after May. So May through October would be our ideal time to maximize water purchases.
And then, in order to get the limit on storing any of that water too, right? I mean, as far as down Bear River.
What we would do is reduce releases from our upper reservoirs, such as Jackson Meadows and Bowman, supplement with the flows that we purchase from the PG&E down the Bear River, and conserve storage that way.
Oh, good.
Because it just seems to me that the sooner you can do it and we get that water in our storage facilities, the better we all are.
Yes, but you don't want to do it too early and have a spring storm roll in and spill over.
Well, that's
and
also
it's all
true,
gone.
yeah. I know, it's always a balance.
Yeah.
Dustin had a question or a comment.
I do. Chip, I wanted to understand your forecast better. That
Yes.
slide you presented.
Yeah.
So you had wait till it goes back up. So you've got 75%, 50%, and 25%, and that's percent of average?
That's correct. February through July precipitation averages.
Okay, and that is our own period of record, or is this?
That's our own period of record at Bowman,
At Bowman.
precipitation.
Okay.
Which is, 135 years.
So how confident, we've seen some extremely weird weather.
For sure.
How confident are you in using that period of record and that data set for this analysis?
Good question. I looked at the historical February through July average precip over the full period of record. The lowest amount was in 1875 for 11.7 inches of precipitation. Now, our average precipitation is just over 32 inches during this period. If you take 25% of that, that's 8 inches. So this 25% scenario is extremely conservative based on the whole period of record. Not to say you can't get there, like you're saying, there's some extremes, but typically we're not below 13 inches. There's only been 2 years that's been below 13 inches of precipitation during this period.
Good explanation.
Yeah, that is.
That's great.
It gives me great comfort, Thor, that you're with NID. I just go, wow, that guy knows his stuff. And I mean, to be able to call it out like that, it's really awesome.
I think given the concern of our customers as well as the board, I think that we should maybe, I would recommend maybe you provide direction that we bring this back at the first meeting in March too as a check-in. So I think through this spring, we should keep checking it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should still vote on it today.
You should still vote on it today, but I think we should bring it back as a check-in.
Just wanted to bring something back.
I know, and you know, I'm not a bringer-backer, so.
Moving forward, always forward.
Listen, I need a high comfort level on this too. Running out of water would be a nightmare.
Okay, any more, questions, comments from the board? How about some from the public? Anybody in the public like to, speak to this issue today about changing our drought,
Drought stage 2 to 1.
drought stage 2 to 1, yes. If you'd like to comment today, start on your phone. On the drought reduction. Not seeing any, okay? Then I'll entertain a motion.
I can tee it up if you'd like.
Oh,
Then I can tee it up if you like. So staff is recommending that we rescind resolution number 2021-21, declaration of stage 2 drought, and adopt resolution 2022-10, reducing the severity of emergency response due to drought by adopting stage 1 drought contingency plan requirements.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, is there any further discussion from the board? Madam Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Yes, Division 4? Aye. Division 1?
Aye.
Division 5?
Yes.
Division 3?
Aye.
Division 2?
Aye.
Now that you've asked for comment, so one, it just occurred to me, so the stage 1 drought contingency plan requirement, I would hope that somewhere in our messaging that we would say, okay, everybody, we're not gonna do this, now we're doing this, and here's still your requirement.
Yes,
Your policy.
great point.
Information.
And we will use the
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bullet,
so that
the contingency plan
So
itself.
we communicate well with our ratepayers, because there was like horrible confusion last time, for lots of reasons we already know.
Yeah.
And the bullets are in the 2015 contingency plan or the urban?
These are straight from the Urban Water Management Plan that was adopted, and that's the most recent document we have. And that's what we'll communicate out, just so there's no cross confusion with the two plans.
Yeah.
They're virtually identical, but a couple of very small.
So Ricky brought up a great point that we should put out there, if we do not get the voluntary conservation.
And it doesn't rain.
And it doesn't rain, we could go right
We're
back.
going right back.
And I think that's carrot and stick.
Yeah.
But it has to be out there because it's all in, it's not in our hands. It's in the response we get.
We'll definitely work on that in the communications we're preparing to send out, that says, we all need your help. If you don't want to go to stage 2, please do your part by coming back.
There you go.
Here's the sheet.
And you don't want to pay 25% more.
And in
Yeah.
the rest of California is doing good.
Right.
There's not a lot of water out there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of reservoirs that need a lot more refill. We're included in that. I mean, our Jackson Meadows and Bowman reservoirs have got a ways to go still.
Yeah,
so.
they do.
Yes, they do.
If I had one last question, short, did we have any, pushback from treated water customers on the drought surcharge? I know there was some from raw water, but it seems like they paid a lot of money, but not, they've been pretty supportive.
Yeah, because it's broken out the way it is and it's not a huge jump in the month-to-month bill, we didn't hear a bunch from them. It's just a result of the way they pay their bills. I suspect if raw water customers paid that surcharge on a monthly basis, you probably wouldn't have heard from them either. Because broken up over 6 months, it didn't look nearly as bad.
There's only the two mutual water companies that paid their full bill on April 1st, and they didn't pay attention until they got a bill, right?
Yeah.
Then they came off the nest.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chip, thank you, Tor. All right. Next, item number 10, Canal Deer Creek Powerhouse transfer update.
So I'll just kind of kick this one off for Kian and then turn the reins over. So the purpose of This particular update is just to provide information, receive questions and input from the board. There are no actual action items this afternoon. There are still several unknown items associated with the transfer of the So.Yuba Canal and the Deer Creek Powerhouse to NID. As the board will recall, there was a previous agreement with PG&E to purchase the facility, the infrastructure associated with this particular project area, that was entered into in 2018. And now we are kind of in what we refer to as the escrow period. So FERC has made a determination that they will transfer the license over to NID, and now there are several items that have to happen. So there will be in the future items that need to come before the board for your consideration. The first and foremost, and probably the most important items that will be coming before your board for consideration is a budget amendment. If you'll recall, the annual budget for 2022 did not include the required capital or operational costs associated with operating the system. And the reason for that being is there was great uncertainty related to the timing. At that point, we had not heard back from FERC regarding the licensing, and so we had thought it more prudent to help ourselves understand what was going on more and to time it a little bit better because of the nature of the uncertainty of the timing of the agreement and the transfer. So with that said, I will turn it over to Ken, and just remember this is an action item. This is for input, to update you, and then also to get any feedback that we can incorporate into future action items.
Thank you, Jennifer. Welcome, Ken.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. All right, thank you and good afternoon. We'll go ahead and roll through the presentation here. As Jennifer mentioned, there are no action items, so feel free to interrupt. I think this is probably better as a discussion until the end. So, well, while Chris is fixing that, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to talk about here. We are talking about the ongoing coordination with PG&E and the work that a whole bunch of us have been doing over the last couple of weeks. I'm going to give you an idea of what the path forward is, as we as staff see it. I'm going to describe some of the job descriptions that we're going to need to make changes to. We'll talk about some preliminary staffing numbers, and then capital equipment that we're going to need, and the budget associated with that, and then we'll talk a little bit about the power purchase agreement that I expect for the Powerhouse there. All right. So our ongoing work with PG&E, we have been meeting weekly with PG&E for at least an hour at a time to go through the various different things that need to be dealt with during this escrow period. I've given you kind of a list of the key items here. There's a baseline report for the So.Yuba land trust. This is associated with the conservation easement that's going to go on the land that we're taking over. We're working our way through the small generator interconnect agreement. That's the agreement we have to have with PG&E and CalISO in order to sell power out to the grid. We're doing it. We scheduled the inspections and testing to verify the materially comparable conditions. You may be aware that as part of the transfer, the district was a little bit concerned that in the period that it takes for FERC to get through the approval, that PG&E might just kind of wash their hands and walk away from this thing. So we set up this section of materially comparable conditions, and there are a whole bunch of different tests that PG&E has to meet in order for us to take this over. They did all this testing right before they sold it. They're going to have to do it all now to show that essentially it's operating in exactly the same manner. There's a whole, in addition to that, there's a whole stack of just general escrow requirements. There are title reports. There are a tremendous number of easements that are going to come along with this. There's the assignment and assumptions of various things. It's a tremendous amount of material that's going to come across. Additionally, we'll probably approve a product and services agreement. Essentially what that is that PG&E has agreed if we pay them, that they will in the future come out and help us in completing any work that goes on out there. So if we don't have the expertise, we can bring them in, they'll come in and show us how to do something. And then we're working our way through the records transfer. I did skip the first and probably most important bullet item on this slide here. And that is that PG&E has agreed to complete the 2022 annual outage. So this year, they will get us through the outage period. That outage ends April 11th or April 10th, and it's currently thought that we'll take over the operations and maintenance of the facility on April 11th. Them taking over the annual outage is really a big deal. It is fairly expensive, and it gives us another opportunity to shadow them and see how they do all their work and all the tools, just to make sure that we get everything that they have that we need to operate and maintain this thing.
What do they do during that outage?
So it varies year to year. Typically, this year they don't have any significant projects, so typically it's just replacement of rotten flume members, right? They'll go out and inspect it a couple of months ahead of time, identify all of the flume members that might need to be replaced, and then when the water's out of the canal, they'll go through and replace those. At the Powerhouse, they'll do annual testing, annual maintenance, annual cleaning, all of those things. The way the power industry works is generally you get about 2 weeks a year to get all your maintenance for the year done, and then you've got to run that Powerhouse the rest of the time and limp it along. So anything that's held together with duct tape or baling wire over the year gets fixed during that period.
I had a question about that Powerhouse, that's on a canal that runs water all the time, or most of all the time. Do they generate power all the time on that?
Generally, yeah. If there's water moving, unless there's a problem with the Powerhouse, then it's online and functioning.
And do they have, is there capacity there to bypass the Powerhouse with the water?
Yes, so there are two different ways. You can either, as the canal comes into the forebay to the Powerhouse, you can either spill it off to the side there, or you can run it down the penstock and just undershoot the lines and shoot it out the bottom, so.
When do they need to be rewound or major maintenance?
There's no indication that it needs to be rewound right now. All the tests are good, so we don't anticipate a rewind out there for a while, but the windings are fairly old.
Mm-hmm. And the wheeling agreement, they're charging us for that?
So there's a trade. So we wheel some of their water, they wheel some of our water, and so in the end, it all kind of comes out.
Okay.
So why, on that question, because that was my question also, what purpose do they have for running water down the South Yuba Canal now?
So they're not gonna move their water down the South Yuba Canal, but they want to move it through, our other systems. They move water through Bowman Spalding Canal.
Oh, okay.
And so we have other facilities that we share water.
Coordinated operating agreement.
Yep.
So once the transfer occurs, 100% of the water flowing in the South Yuba Canal will be our water.
Historically, it's been approximately, I believe it's 97% of the water that's flowing in the South Yuba Canal has been our water. We expect to be about that same number, upper 96% of the water.
What's the generation capacity of that facility?
It's 5.7 megawatts.
5.7 megawatts. And then, on the small generator interconnect agreement, I know that, and I don't remember the exact terminology, but there's owner generators and owner operators. So going forward, would we be both? We would be the operator of that facility, we would be selling directly to selling it to the ISO or whoever it is?
So in quick terms, we will, we will be the generator owner and the generator operator. This facility isn't big enough to be regulated by NERC, so that doesn't quite apply, but essentially, yes. We'll talk a little bit about power purchase agreement at the end, but we'll sell it into the market.
And so we'll sell it just like we sell
Combi South.
Combi and Cross Blast.
The power purchase agreement should be similar to Combi South, because isn't it proposed to go through the same JPA?
Yeah,
Isn't Combi South just a run of the river? Is it the same? Is it what the same?
The purchaser, the off-taker of the power,
purchaser
will likely be NCPA again.
NCPA.
Yeah.
That's that consortium we belong to, it's the JPA.
Nice.
All right, go to the next slide here. Metaphorically, I like this picture a little bit because you can see the person in the lower right-hand corner there, looking up at this gigantic flume, and I think the picture is of Bill Morrow, and I don't know if you knew him while he worked here, but he is a fairly tall gentleman, and that gives you an idea of the scale and exactly what we're looking up at as the part of the transfer. So here we are today at our board meeting. We're going to talk about the items I listed earlier, and again, it's just a review and discussion of those things. You're not going to be approving anything. We expect to come back at March 9th and have you approve all of these necessary changes. Our hope is that we can do pretty much everything via one resolution at that time. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we will probably take over operations and maintenance of the facility on April 11th. And then we'll come back again in late quarter 2 of 2022 to talk about the capital budget a bit more. We're still, the consultant is finishing off that report. All right, so job description changes. So on the hydroelectric department, we're assuming that we're going to handle the operations and maintenance of the facility out there. So there are a number of new job descriptions that are needed. They're largely supervisory in nature, and although they're supervisory, the way we've written the job descriptions, they're set up that they're working supervisors. These are people that will come in the morning, they'll spend an hour or two at the desk getting materials ordered, getting crews together, and then we'll send them out into the field, and they'll get dirty with the rest of the crews out there. So
one of the challenges currently with the organizational structure in hydropower is it does not have, it basically jumps from staff level senior to superintendent and doesn't have that field supervisor for the crews. And usually when you deploy a crew out in the field, you do have one person who is the so-called supervisor that is more technically skilled, but also takes the lead on work distribution, ensuring things get done, prioritizing safety requirements. And so that structure is missing out in hydropower right now.
How have we managed so far?
The superintendents somewhat take the role on, but they're split a little bit thin because of the field aspect and how big our territory is just geographically.
all right, we've also added a technical staff position. This is a compliance and protection system specialist. What this person does is, this is really a technical person, and it's similar in a lot of ways to an electrical engineer, except you're not required to have the degree necessarily, and the license. But this person looks over all of the protection systems out there, and make sure that they're in compliance with all the applicable laws and regulations. This is, again, a technical role that we're missing at this point. We don't have this person. We contract it out in a lot of cases, but the workload is absolutely there, and will get even worse.
Would they be dedicated to this particular facility?
No, absolutely not. And that's a good point. None of these personnel will be dedicated to this facility full-time. That's just not how we run our crews over in hydro. They'll spend time at each one of the facilities and work their way through the system. And so there are 5 full-time equivalents worth of work that are being added, but they will not be continuous. We won't send the same crew out there every day of the year.
It's adding bandwidth to the current team. So how to efficiently run the team, we don't assign the specific crews within hydropower to only one facility. Not only do we want to be able to move manpower where we have heavier work, but it's also to our benefit that everybody can work on every facility.
Yeah, and that's especially important in this area when we have times of the year like right now when it's covered in snow. And so those crews will come down the mountain a little bit. They'll work at Scotts Flat, they'll work at Chicago Park, the lower areas that are accessible right now. So, and then the last classification that we're going to add here is the job descriptions that we're going to add would be an administrative analyst and a senior administrative analyst. We are not staffing both of those positions at this time, but we want to get the job descriptions taken care of because I think that they'll be useful across the district.
Yeah, one of the challenges we're having at the district is that we have a ton of job specifications, and what has occurred over the years, and you often see this with public agencies, is people start morphing these job descriptions to fit an individual rather than organizational structure within the district. And so you get these very specific job descriptions, and they're not easily movable, lateral-wise, nor are they applicable to other divisions. And so we're trying to address some of that, because there's a couple of problems. It reduces your flexibility with staffing. It reduces your ability for staff to learn more than one area, because they get very much pigeonholed. But it also just makes additional work and more conflict when you go through bargaining and market adjustments and those types of things. And so most agencies have what is referred to as a staff analyst type position or job specification, and it usually is a family of 1, 2, and then a senior. And that person should be somebody who does the higher function analyst type activities. So greater in technical ability than, or requirements than or a management assistant, more able to evaluate, analyze, whether it's grants or legal things or budgetary or financial things. It's a broader skill set. And so I think moving forward, my recommendation is that although we're adopting it or proposing it to be adopted as part of this effort, it's really a tool that we can start addressing some of these inconsistencies amongst all the departments.
And once we add it, then we start budgeting for it and keeping money set aside for it.
No, so when you add a job specification, it doesn't necessarily mean you're budgeting for the position. This is just a tool in our toolbox of job specifications so that we can propose to be funded in any given year. It doesn't mean they have to be funded. So when you have a job specification, typically the job specification covers the entire family. So that's that 1, 2 senior, and identifies the differences between the higher and lower levels, and then provides for that movement within those levels. When it's approved, it doesn't necessarily need to be budgeted. There's many job specifications even now within the district that are not budgeted on an annual basis, but are kind of like these placeholders. It would be nice, though, if we started moving away from some of these technician jobs that are really analyst jobs, so we don't have 5 different specifications for a technician. Instead, we have one analyst specification that could be applied to any one of the departments. And so it's just a little bit of a different way of looking at it, but it does provide greater flexibility to the agency.
Would an example of that be the hydrographer departments that have a hydrographer department in all regions, and we have a hydrographer department, hydro, and they're 2 separate families?
Yeah, so there is a lot of that going on, and we've been taking a look at it. One of the items that I've been working on HR with is we need to do a wholesale review of every job specifications. In my opinion, we have an extreme amount of job specifications, and there definitely are some inequalities between very like positions that just have a tweak to their title, that it's actually the same position. So I do, we've been talking about how do we move through that, and, it is a comprehensive effort. It could require meet and confer with the unions and some of those things. Adding in a new specification is usually not a huge deal for a union, but changing existing job specifications certainly is. So, that is definitely something that's on the list because it is needed to be done.
Dan, I have a question.
Yeah.
I remember about a couple of years ago, when the former general manager was here, it was asked, and I believe it was granted for 4 new positions.
Or 5.
Or maybe it was 5, for specific to the taking over of this facility. And were those people actually hired? And if they were, are you now adding yet more to that? I mean, can you kind of marry those 2 things together for me?
So some of them were hired, is my understanding. They have now left through attrition.
Right, so some of the, I think that there was 4 positions in maintenance, and there were, how many in hydro? 2?
2 or 3.
So through the attrition and the reduction in full-time equivalents we did this year, we essentially got rid of them. And so what you're seeing now is, we reduced staffing.
Right.
Those positions, for the purposes of this project, kind of went away because we got rid of a ton of positions. Right. And now that's why I'm coming back to the board with a new ask, because I didn't want to continue to fund a position for something specific that we weren't doing anyways. At that time, we also didn't know what the timing was. So one of the things, to take note of is I think my frugalness is pretty apparent. So, adding this much staff is difficult for me, from a financial perspective. But, Kean and I have been arm wrestling over this for the past, and I'm still twisting his arm. It might come with only 4 positions. So, but you will note that although this is adding 5, maybe 4 positions,
Well, we can do that next slide.
There's staffing.
yeah,
Well, yeah,
well,
I saw that.
it includes some deletions, but also my point was taking a long time to get to was that the original, what was the original proposed budget?
I believe it was 11 personnel. I don't know what the dollar amount tied
It was substantial.
It was a lot. So we've, I've whittled it down to more. Yeah, I've whittled it down to more than 5, and I'm still trying, so, because it's hard for me.
That's good to know, because I looked at this and went, oh my gosh, is this on top of the other 4 or
It's a
5 that we already did?
It's a whole new district.
It's a, yeah.
Oh, yeah, holy crap.
It is, it's, and this is something that the public and the board, I know I've said this before, but it's worth repeating because it's true. This is a facility that the revenue associated with the Powerhouse is not going to pay for the long-term operation and long-term capital improvement associated with the facility and or address the risk. So, and this isn't my favorite position to be in. I typically like infrastructure that brings in more money or reduces the operation costs, and this isn't that.
And cost.
It does, and it's painful.
But it's necessary.
It is necessary.
We concluded that we have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So kudos to Kean for whittling this down.
How many of these positions are for the Powerhouse versus the Canal? I mean, all for the Powerhouse
No.
operation?
So the mechanical civil foreman would be for the Canal. The systems technician would probably be associated with the Powerhouse, although there is a pretty heavy communications lift on the flume. That person's job will be tied to that as well. The protection is purely a Powerhouse job. Maintenance is the maintenance technician is a Canal job. The supervising operator, there's a portion of the time, I would assume they would split their time between the 8 powerhouses we will have, and then the water system operator is essentially purely by the Canal. So the majority of these are Canal-driven jobs.
so we've had this philosophical discussion in the past about the cost-benefit ratio of running the power plant.
Right.
And this bears that out, right? So while it brings in some income, right?
Hey,
But we have to have that water, whether we have to have the power or not. I'm not making much sense right now.
You are. So as the board is aware, we're kind of going through our huge financial overhaul. We've allocated the overhead costs. We are doing more and more cleanup and accounting, so we'll have a tighter and tighter understanding of the financial position of every fund, including hydropower. And then we'll be able to start kind of slicing and dicing that information down to the Powerhouse level. This one's difficult because it's not just a hydropower thing. The real driving factor in obtaining this infrastructure is not hydropower related, it's strictly water related. And so it is hard when you start getting into, it's painful for me to say that Powerhouse is not going to cover the cost of the new infrastructure. However, we're not here just for generating power. This is also a water issue. So we will continue to drill down that information as the finances get more and more cleaned up, and we will come back forward with a full analysis of all the powerhouses.
Seems like the money that we're spending on the Powerhouse, which labor is our most expensive component.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like we really need to sharpen our pencil and know whether that Powerhouse, whether we're spending money on the Powerhouse when maybe it might be better to spend it on the water, on the canal, the water supply.
so what does 5.7 megs bring in a year?
I haven't run the numbers with the new power purchase agreement. I would say somewhere between 500,000 and $750,000, depending on.
Gotcha.
One of the things the staff is looking into right now is FERC licensing drives up the cost of any powerhouse just through compliance with the regulations and so on. So we are looking at the possibility, due to the size of the powerhouse, of getting an exemption from FERC. It technically does not meet the licensing thresholds. So that is something to take into consideration in the future. That might be one option for helping to understand the cost benefit of the decisions that we make. But also going forward, you know, Kian always reminds me, and I think somebody might have said it yesterday during the Plan for Water process, you know, if you take a powerhouse offline, you have to restore it back to natural, no, that's not cheap either. So these are all decisions that we have to go through, but I think it's warranted to continue to flesh out the full costs associated with the transfer, our long-term capital and operation agreements, and also whether or not a FERC exemption assists with reducing these costs and whether we can actually get one or not.
So the silver lining right now is it doesn't require any major infrastructure improvement, that little powerhouse doesn't.
The little powerhouse does require some just to be able to connect to our system and for communication.
The rewind and that stuff, you said it's gonna run another 100 years.
Oh,
Wait.
You heard it here, Kian agreed.
That's a great unit.
I will keep it running, but I can't do it for free.
No, I know.
That's the caveat.
Now, we're not faced with a whole bunch of financial input, it's bigger run.
The bigger financial expenses associated with that flume.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And especially if something happens to it.
Yep.
It's interesting to me that we have the upper division, which, Canal system, which Hydro assumes the operating cost for. And it seems that it's somewhat arbitrary that that's the dividing line. If our water customers are the primary, we get our hydro from that water system, but our water customers also would have no water without that water system. So it does seem that we might just have a conversation about what's the appropriate division of that expense at some point, because, just as we allocated overhead, I think in a more fair and business-like manner, maybe we also need to look at that cost of operating canals in the upper division.
Yeah, and the more we have,
Particular one.
the more.
Especially this particular.
It is, but, so the ratepayers are gonna absorb the money through their rate, and you could do that. So say we said it's in the water division, water needs to pay for it. What that associates is with a rate increase to the ratepayers. When you take into consideration the reduction of rates associated with property tax and then any additional subsidy by hydropower, I guess what my point is, there's a lot of ways to do this as far as splitting things up. I think we're in a pretty good split right now with who's paying for what, to start having a better understanding of what's going on that will then inform that conversation in the future.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for anything. I just think it's just interesting that we wouldn't have water down below, if it weren't for this canal, so.
Yeah, I think fundamentally, we would all probably agree that we're most concerned about our ratepayers being priced down. So from that perspective, having hydropower revenue pay for that portion of the system, it makes sense from kind of a practical perspective. You could do it any way you want it, right? We could reduce those costs and move more money over from hydropower.
Yeah.
This just makes an easy division for running, it's more practical, for running reports and who's working on what and those things.
Yep.
Many people in my division remind me regularly that the only reason for hydro is to offset water costs.
Well, we don't, there's no other upside for us doing hydropower, right? It's a financial.
Except that now we're in it. And so we aren't just get out of it. And the business model for hydro has changed and will continue to change. So that old mantra, I get it, I hear it as well. I seriously question whether that's a message we shouldn't be starting to counteract, that, with the Chicago, you reminded me, the Chicago Park Rewind coming up with FERC licensing and the required flows. Hydro's a totally different operation than it was when it was started in the 50s.
So the thing about hydropower, everyone needs to remember, is it's, the technology's kind of been around for, that part hasn't changed, the energy generation part. The regulations have increased, the technology for communication, all the oversight, all the interconnectivity, that's just increase, which is just putting in safety, legal risk, all those things have gone up. but we're still generally selling our power the same way. So, you know, we're gonna have to push ourselves to start thinking outside of the box on what we do with our power, because that's where the future is, right? We're so used to these centralized power markets that we're kind of just become, you know, slave to it, where there are going to be more options into the future.
Tesla charging station.
Hey, the world is our oyster.
But that's a completely independent conversation from Plan for Water.
Yep.
Correct. That is something that we're starting to, you know, push on it and start to try to get ourselves, because it's a hard leap to make. But I'll just remind everybody, you know, the time difference between when the first plane started flying and the first shuttle landed on the moon was only like 70 years. So technology is going just and at a rapid pace increasing. So I think, you know, Kian and I've had conversations. We're going to continue to have them, continue to talk to people, continue to shake the bushes and push the boundaries of the box, and because I think we need to grow with it.
Yep. Who's winning the arm wrestling?
I don't know. Pretty tough. He said he had nightmares about it, so I must be winning.
Kept me up at night. Well, I do want to hit on the deletions a little bit. So we are talking about removing a couple of positions. One of those is the senior hydroelectric systems technician. And to your point, Director Peters, this is essentially, we're converting this job into this compliance and protection specialist person that I mentioned earlier, would be nearly entirely driven by the Powerhouse. There is that change there. And then we will eliminate the management assistant in favor of the administrative analyst. And then we also have a .25 office assistant that is unfilled at this point. The other thing that we'll consider is if we can build out this supervisory layer successfully, or when we build out this layer successfully, I believe it's possible to eliminate one of the superintendent positions that we have under there, roll them together as an operations and maintenance superintendent, and then move everybody underneath them. They will have at that point the supervisory support that they need to do that. I can't do that right now. I think we need to get through this integration of this Powerhouse. We need to make sure this all works. But I think that's something we can definitely look to in the future.
Have staff to work for all these supervisors?
I'm sorry?
Have staff to work for all these supervisors?
Yes. Yeah.
The staff's there. We're just kind of, and that's one way to view this. You know, we have a bandwidth issue. It's not, this is just for So.Yuba Canal.
I can finally clued onto that.
Yeah, we have a bandwidth issue. We also have an organizational structural issue. These proposed changes are going to allow us to also right-side for the future a little bit. We don't really need two superintendents out there. So with these kind of future deletions, it will start to fix itself. Because it's hard to fix organizational structures when you're dealing with union staff.
So for the time being, we'll have both a superintendent and a supervisor.
You'll have two superintendents. So there's currently two superintendents. So once we pull in the lower level supervisors, one superintendent is anticipated to retire within a year or so. We'll go down to one superintendent.
All right. Order dinner, Chris.
Yeah.
And are the deletions, those are not reflected in the deletions that were presented in the 2022 budget, is that correct?
Correct. These we will delete from those bodies in the 2022 budget. So it's a net 5 increase from the 2022 budget.
But it brings you back to the previous budget.
That's correct.
Sounds like it's a wash.
It's a wash. I would like to not be washed, but.
Oh, yeah. So the duty statements are also being deleted?
No, so we are bringing forward new duty statements, and then when we do a wholesale job specification review, we'll make recommendations for sending some of that out. Just because there's a job specification does not mean it's funded.
Right.
All right.
Just because
Capital
there's a law does
equipment.
not mean there's funding to implement it.
Correct.
But going back to this staffing versus the 2022 budget, which showed an elimination of 15 FTE, now we would say, if we were doing our budget today, we would say there's a reduction of 10 FTE planning for these additions, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
We actually, yes, correct.
Okay, because I think we still need to say that's good. I mean,
Oh, we're still doing good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
Just happened to be a.
Capital equipment.
That's all.
All right, capital equipment. So there is some capital equipment that's going to be required to operate and maintain this facility. There's a significant OT, so operational technology upgrade that's necessary for the SCADA so we can see the powerhouse and so we can see the flume. It's extremely important to have visibility on this flume so we can make sure that the water is getting from A to B to C to D, and we can track it all the way down and know where to go look. We'll need to put in a new flume gauge. YB31A is the head of our section of the canal. So this will essentially be where we check, measure the amount of water that comes in to make sure that we agree with how much water is being delivered to us from PG&E.
Does PG&E already have SCADA on the canal, so are we just inheriting their SCADA system, or?
To a point. So yes, they have SCADA out there. They have, and so we're going to take all of their equipment. What we need is new radios. We use a different radio network than they use, and so we need new antennas to go along with that. But we'll inherit the measuring equipment.
Is their SCADA equipment, it's only measurement, it's not two-way, it doesn't actually operate gauges, it doesn't operate
The flume?
the flume?
And the flume is simply read
All
on.
manual?
Yep, see what's out there and tell us what's happening.
So you have to go and make an adjustment or something on the flow, that would go out?
Well, so if we needed additional water, we'd order it from PG&E. They'd make the release, and it would make its way through the canal. Now, if we needed to open and close a spillway or
That's what I'm talking about.
do something like that, we would have to go out there to do that.
So it's just one way.
It's just, yep, simply monitoring so we know that the water is moving through the system. And that touched on the existing gauge point there, that we will be inheriting a lot of their equipment, but we do need to convert it over to our system. We use different radios and technology. We'll also need a microwave connection from the K-Love tower, an old radio station tower that we bought years ago, over to our Colfax office so we can see all of this SCADA data. So.
K-Love, huh?
Yeah.
Great name.
Where is it?
Change it to NID.
Banner Quaker. Yeah, so up on the top of the hill there, Scott's Flat. In addition to the OT, there's a significant IT upgrade. This is the computer for the powerhouses over there. You're required to have a phone in the powerhouse and a number of those things. When PG&E leaves, they currently have their phone over a really old piece of technology, a power line carrier, and so they use the transmission lines, and so we can't use that. Additionally, we'll need to buy a new backhoe, so we can have the equipment to work on the canal, and then there's some capital expense on the meter conversion, the CalISO meter conversion. I probably could have dropped that item because it's not turning out to be very significant at all, but it is in there, and you'll see money for it.
Ken, will this unit motor at all?
It probably can. It would require some automation.
Has South Feather talked to you about an issue they're having?
No.
Okay, let's talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah, this made me think of it.
Okay. All right.
I have a question about the backhoe.
Yeah.
So, do you guys already have backhoes? It seems like backhoes would be in the maintenance department.
Yeah, Hydro has backhoes as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and operators for them, so, yep.
So where's our capital equipment in the budget?
So the large pieces of capital equipment will come back as an individual request. So what you'll be having before you in the future is request for authorization for the new job specification, a budget amendment that will include the operating costs, salary, labor, material supplies, a capital request, and then you'll have the power purchase agreement come forward. Those are kind of the big four that you'll be seeing in March.
So just to clarify, so there's not gonna be equipment that's idle and maintenance and equipment that's idle. I mean, we're optimizing the use of all of our equipment.
Oh, yeah, yep.
And we share equipment back and forth regularly. So if recently our backhoe had to go in for some service, we used some of their equipment. We have a dump truck over there as well, and when they have big jobs over here, they'll borrow the dump trucks, and
We optimally utilize all of our.
Well, we're also embarking on an effort, Steve, Prosser is taking the lead in his shop, a way of centralizing fleet management more.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of decentralization of managing the fleet in general, and so we are going to be adjusting that over the next year. There's a number of pieces of equipment we're about to surplus. In addition, there's a number of pieces of equipment that have to be replaced due to the new air quality rules.
Right, right.
Idaho.
I know that
The whole
some of
district.
Placer yards, we needed equipment, but we couldn't get the equipment, so we couldn't do the job because it was.
Yeah, but only if it's being used. Anyone can use anyone's equipment. The district
No more
equipment.
sequestering equipment.
No.
We haven't had that problem recently that I'm aware of.
Used to happen.
That's not happening. I firmly do not believe in that.
But we all should have backhoes.
I'd love that. All right, the operating budget, again, this is just the sort of things that you're gonna see in the operating budget. It'll include the labor, it'll include interconnection fees. One of the things that we did fairly well in our negotiations to take this over is we are not taking over the transmission line out there, the line from your Green Powerhouse over to the Drum Powerhouse. There is a monthly cost associated with that, but it's only on the order of $3,500 a month. It's extremely cheap, compared to what it would cost to actually operate and maintain that transmission line. But you'll see that. In addition, there are a number of federal, state, county fees that come along with this. We're still putting together exactly what those are. And you'll see a consulting budget. We'll need some money for relicensing. We're in the middle of relicensing for this particular thing, and we can deal with that. And then there's some CalISO modeling that has to be done in order to connect this, and so there'll be a consulting budget for that. Additionally, we're gonna have to have a line item for prepaid fees. So PG&E has paid property taxes, they've paid for fees, they've paid USGS fees, and so we're gonna have to pick up the tab for our portion of those.
Typical escrow.
Yeah, yep, that sort of stuff, so.
Right.
Oh, they're in the middle of relicensing, just like we are in the middle of Yuba Bear, so we're just picking up and carrying forward their process.
We're taking over their application, yep.
At the same time, we're gonna be looking into that exemption.
Yeah.
Good.
Right. Our purchase agreement.
And that's the same exemption that our smaller plants have.
Correct, yeah. They technically don't need it for the size of that plant.
All right, so the power purchase agreement, we've been working with NCPA, the Northern California Power Agency, and we're expecting terms very similar to what we just saw in the Comey South Powerhouse agreement, which is essentially that they're gonna pay us the local price for the power plus a price for renewable energy credits, and then they'll buy the resource adequacy that comes
So what's our average right now?
dollar price-wise?
Yeah, per kilowatt or whatever.
It's been pretty high here lately. It's been in the $50 to $75, and a megawatt hour, right? So, at that point, but it'll drop here as we go.
57 cents, 50 cents, yeah.
So.
Wow, wind is like 2.2 and a little bit higher.
We're doing well. That, we've made excellent use of the water that we got in those storms. And Comey South has really been chugging along for the last couple of months. So, yeah. And with that, I'll just go ahead and open it to questions if there are any more.
Oh, no questions, okay.
When's the tour?
Gotta wait for the snow to melt.
When's the tour?
Otherwise you gotta go on a snowcat.
Chickens, so, what, a helicopter?
Yeah. Back in the old days, they all got it.
I know, we've been waiting for it.
Yes, we have.
Is this a
You
hint
go on
I'm taking?
seniority?
We'll do a board member lottery.
There we go.
Oh, that's the other question.
This may be later for Greg, but have we talked to Gladfelter about?
About the insurance?
Yeah.
Yes, they're working on it.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to be looped in on that discussion.
Okay.
Just from the experience of campfire and
From the
complex
Zoom?
fire and.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg has been working with our rep on that, so.
President Bierwacken, before we move on, I just wanted to do a quick reminder that Mr. Joe Gamble was on the line forever wanting to comment on this item.
He's gonna ask for public comment, so. I don't see him on the.
The phone number.
He might have fallen off.
Any minute, starting over, any member of the public like to ask a question or comment on this item, the transfer of the So.Yuba Canal and Power Plant to NID? In process. Start on your phone. Any? Okay. Last chance. If you'd like to comment today, start on your phone. All right. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah.
A long process.
Yes, they have.
Okay.
Spring training start already?
Pardon me?
No, are they
Spring
still on
training
lockout?
start?
Still lockout.
They're still locked up.
All right, next is a general manager's report.
I'm gonna keep this very brief because I've clearly spoken too much, and Rich is tired of listening to me.
You're just starting to, like, your eyes are rolling. out
He
your
is,
head.
he is, he's gonna have a hook here and pull me off my chair. So, I just had something really quick, I wanted to share the snow video, but we already did, so thank you, Ashley, that was such a wonderful video. And then the second item is there has been a couple of requests from board members regarding upcoming conferences. So there's a couple of really good opportunities. Aqua has a conference in the beginning of May timeframe. I want to say it's the 3rd through the 5th in Sacramento. There's also a conference, Aqua conference in Washington DC in July. And so, and then there is a CSDA leadership conference.
Yeah, the Special District Leadership Assembly.
And when is that, Chris?
You never got to.
There's two, there's one in April and one in September.
So, what I would like to understand from the board is how would you like to handle these requests? I've seen elected officials do it all different ways. You know, we do budget for you every year. Typically, boards like to decide amongst themselves who goes to what. If you know, we could do that, or if you don't care, we can just kind of fund them as we have money, and when money runs out, it's done. I just would like to understand what your desire is.
Well, I was one of the board members that asked, or inquired about the Washington DC conference, because I'm a student of government. Anyway, I would love to go to the Washington DC conference, but I'm also open to anybody else who wants to go. I mean, if there's somebody who feels strongly about it, I'm happy to step away or step aside or whatever.
I assume Aqua goes there because it's
Federal It's a lobbying thing.
It's federal affairs. Those trips typically you do, they're informational, and then one of the best benefits I always find is that you do, are able to make connections and obtain information networking from your other colleagues. You know, I haven't even looked at it.
Could be, normally I would say, I'm not seeing a strong nexus between NID and federal affairs, but, you know, with this infrastructure money, maybe there may be a good opportunity there.
Well, I would see it as an opportunity to make connections with our representatives and see, you know, and about the infrastructure money.
Go for the money.
Go for it.
Well, we have to apply for, it's grant money.
A lot of times what I have found in my past experience with those DC trips, I've been able to leverage those relationships that you make there later. Ask for, need a favor or.
It's about networking and connections.
Because then they know who you are.
Call up, hey, remember we met and blah, 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 I got the money.
You'd be ideal, Ricky.
perfect, yeah. I say Cinder.
Take Ruben.
That's me. Well, anybody else can go too, it doesn't just have to be me.
Take Ruben with you.
Take Ruben with me.
Your little key.
Get a winner.
Okay.
Think about Ruben's future.
I do think with any conference, we should talk about who among us, including management, who is the best representative for the dollars invested.
Right.
So, I have no idea with this, because I haven't looked at the agenda, I have no history with this, but I just don't know.
Laura and I went to the spring one a couple of years ago.
CSDA.
No, we went to CSDA, but then we went to the Aqua.
You went to Aqua last year.
Yeah, I went to Aqua, and so, the Region 3, the Aqua Conference, the spring conference, May 3rd through 5th, it's in Sacramento.
Yes.
It's very inexpensive, it's,
We
with
can
no
all-
lodging
we
or
can all go
airfare.
there. We can all go there, and I would think we
encourage
should.
as many of you, and especially
Yeah.
management and
Yeah.
staff, it's really a great venue for for general managers and staff to network with fellow people.
That's a good.
I think having a
So I
good showing
really-
at the state level is
We
really.
really should show up at the Sacramento conference and
What
have to
dates?
pay for registration,
It's May 3rd through the 5th.
May 3rd through 5th.
Yeah.
In Sacramento, and that is, and Director Peters is correct in that would be a very inexpensive one, real good networking opportunity. I do think we should take advantage of that particular location. When we start talking about those DC trips, you know, if all 5 of you were to go to a DC trip, yeah, we're talking $25,000 easily.
Really?
Oh, yeah, they get expensive very, very quickly.
You charge,
What?
you did charge 25,000.
No, I've had a whole council go before. And it didn't go over well in public, so I wouldn't, I personally wouldn't recommend that. I'd recommend you pick 1 or 2 people to go.
DC is the best government money can buy.
That's why we're gonna go there.
Well, it seems to me that for that DC conference, based on the very limited information I hear, is that Jennifer should,
I think Jennifer should go.
yeah.
How about, why don't I do this? Why don't I do a little bit more research what is going on with this DC conference and put some feelers out, and then I'll come back.
That's a great idea.
Okay.
Because I'm not wedded to it, it's just, I think someone should go, and
I know that there's an Aqua DC conference, and there's also that Cap to Cap, where the regional Sacramento area,
I've been on Cap to Cap several times.
the DC as well.
Cap to Cap is good. It's a lobbying trip, basically. There is usually a working group that is solely water. Usually the staff from RWA, they do take the lead. You go with an agenda. It's fairly well organized. The water team is, because you do a lot of meeting beforehand to set your platform, essentially. And then you are able to meet a lot of good connections, especially with your more, our local representatives. But that is one that gets extremely expensive fast, and I always get concerned when, we're trying to send 10 people to it, which you see cities doing, and that's, I'm not sure it's the best expenditure of public funds. Why don't I look into Cap to Cap, look into the Aqua DC trip. I'll send out more information about the Sacramento opportunity, which I think is a wonderful opportunity, and then we can just talk about it again.
Great.
I think
Sound
that's
good?
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's all I had.
Stay tuned.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Board of Directors items, reports. We'll start with Director Johansson.
There's a lot going on, but no, we're not gonna, that's fine.
You want to go home, okay.
No, it's,
We've hit the word.
you talk about the fact that the rest of California is really hurting for water, and we're in a very unique position, and we should cherish that.
Yes. Director Heck.
Yeah, I'll just report a couple of quick things. So I was asked and have been appointed to the executive committee of the Greenhorn Firewise community, which is really cool because it's all people on a Greenhorn Road.
You got 2 tanks?
Yeah, I've got 2 tanks, we're still fundraising to, bridge the gap between what the county's gonna get, and there's easements, and there's all sorts of problems, but it's been a great experience for me with a wonderful group of very skilled, enthusiastic, active folks in my neighborhood, who, by the way, also have strong opinions about Bryce Gold, and so I do hear a lot about it, so I will just leave that there. And then with regard to Rise Gold, I've just participated in a number of webinars recently, and that also has been very instructive. And that's it for me.
Okay. Director Peters.
Okay, let's see, January 20th, I attended the Pizza Day NID 2x2 meeting with staff and Director Hull. And we had robust discussion on a wide range of topics that affect both of our organizations. And it was just incredibly informative, and so I always enjoy it. On February 1st, I attended the Aqua Region 3 Board Orientation and Strategic Planning Session. And as mentioned, the spring conference is on May 3rd through 5th in Sacramento, and Region 3 is hoping to host a session on fire response. And so perhaps you could work with, I didn't have the information to give them of if we have anything to contribute to that.
Yeah, for sure.
With our part of it. I encourage staff to coordinate with
Definitely.
with Region 3, with the, I guess it would just be with
Is it just Region 3 on May 3rd?
No, May 3rd through 5th is the state conference, but Region 3 is gonna host a special session on
Oh.
fire response, and they wanted to know if we had, Nate texted away, do we have a show of, how did our preventive measures, were there measures
Show and
we
tell.
could show?
We'll coordinate.
Yes.
Yeah, we can coordinate.
And then I completed my Brown Act training this time, and there was a primary takeaway that I felt that I think is worth having all of us listen to again. I mean, I know we all know this, but the primary in government code, the introductory to the Brown Act, is that the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments that they created. And that's straight out of the government code. And so that goes to my request to have more informative standing committee meetings or some kind of committee meetings where our business is conducted in a more open and transparent fashion.
Pretty good at it.
I have nothing to add except that with that PCWA 2x2 meeting, one of the topics we talked about was PCWA's methods for water transfer. That was so interesting, and kind of the history of those transfers, how the prices are set, the relationships they have in dealing with the water. So that was really, I thought,
fascinating.
Yeah, very interesting part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Good. It's me. Okay, so I attended the PCWA board meeting last week by invitation because it was they do an end-of-year review of all operations. And printed this book, and I didn't bring it today, I should have, but anyway. And they also did their annual strategic plan. So it was several hours of meeting, but it was really good to see how somebody else does their stuff. And since we're talking about strategic plan, I was really interested in that part of going forward. And that's all they talked about. They didn't have a bigger plan, but I think it's going to be valuable to do it. Also, I'd just like to comment on our plan for water meeting last night and Dustin's presentation. I thought it was excellent. I really did. Light bulbs, I mean, things were clicking for me last night, and I was specifically reflecting last night and this morning on those things that he pointed out are troublesome in our future, right? And just reflecting on what's changed in 3 years since we've been on the board, as far as climate change and drought and getting the FERC licensing requirements for water. When I campaigned, I had 3 months to prepare. I had not followed NID at all, so I knew nothing going into the campaign. But I was keyed on to when I asked what are the biggest challenges facing NID, and I said my 2 bullet points then were for the forums I went to were we're going to be short on water if we have severe drought, and we're going to be short on water once the government agencies take additional water. And I believe that was driven home more to me last night, and that's just in 3 years' time that I think we really need to keep focused on it. And in the discussion, Dustin mentioned that we might have to revisit some of our key findings in the water plan for water. And I go, can't we make them more robust now, going in as we continue the plan for water, to put in some more what if scenarios for those 2 things, or those 3 things. Because I think, the other one was that term, how we use our water. What's that called?
Conservation?
What's that?
Conservation?
No, beneficial uses. Yeah, that's a new one that's now in the buzzwords of people saying this is not beneficial use. This is the second time I've heard it, and I'm really concerned about that, because that means an end of agriculture, or diminishing agriculture in California over time. That's what that means.
You think?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, it's happening.
if you read the Nevada County paper, okay,
Yeah,
and read what is NID, is NID tracking the beneficial use, okay, and having that discussion, plus hearing what Dustin said yesterday about taking the water from a creek, putting the beneficial use back to the fishermen and to farmers. And I said, can they do that to any creek or river? And they said, yes. Okay. So I'm focused and concerned on, you know, he said millions of acre feet of water. We're already short of water in California. Who's that going to come from? Okay, that's all going to come from agriculture. It's not going to come from cities and treated water. So, a friend of mine from South Sutter called the other day, or a guy I knew from Farm Bureau, and he says, "Hey, can you remember the farmers?" And I go, "Yeah, this is going to be."
To back that up, the largest ag group in San Joaquin Valley estimates that they may lose 3,250,000 acres.
Yeah.
Out of how many?
Because of the unimpaired flows and other restrictions that the state's putting on them.
Out of how many?
5 million.
5 million.
So I'm hoping that
It's
in a plan for water, we can put in some what-ifs for unimpaired flows.
We got food security problems
Yeah.
already.
Oh, yes, the benefit of setting up a new model and, is that we can run a variety of different scenarios.
Yeah, we won't be able to feed ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't
You get
our
if
water.
you get a good model, hopefully we can find a consultant to do it for us. You get a good model, you can run it as well.
We can run unimpaired flow, because, you know, one of my large concerns, whether you're talking about VAs or unimpaired flows, if our FERC flows are not counted in that, and it's all counted on top of each other, we're in big trouble.
That one.
Yeah.
We're in trouble.
Anyway.
River City, anyway.
And we need to uncouple agricultural, ag water from raw water. Raw water is much broader than true agriculture.
Yeah,
I think ultimately, you're gonna need an understanding of it.
Yeah.
but where are we gonna get that information?
There's some things we can do. I'm in a lot of conversations regarding modeling, so I think that there's.
But what you're decoupling is a lot of these ranchettes are producing a lot of food.
Are they beneficial?
They're just not commercially selling, logging in $1,000 worth of sale every year. But once we get initiative going, where they can start doing that and start writing that off, you can see almost all the ranchettes become commercial endeavors. And we're gonna need that to feed this community. No, the shortages are amazing already.
Well, it was interesting in that one meeting we had, I can't remember what it was, but, I think it was actually Ricky, one of your farmer constituents was calling in, but other people called in to say, I've got XYZ. It was obviously a small little operation. Yes. It wasn't commercial, and it may be not intended to be commercial, but they talked about how they rely on that food source, and some people raised a cow. You know, right, wrong, or indifferent, that's part of what the water's going for, and I think it's kind of the heartbeat of the two counties that we represent.
It is.
And I want us to support it, you know, and in my division, we have many very small little.
You do?
Yeah.
And they mostly sell through farmers markets and farm stands and those kinds of things.
Or share it with the community in the neighborhood.
And share it with the neighborhood.
Yeah.
A few of them, like Jeremy, you know, goes to Briar Patch and stuff, who's been successful, gotten a little larger, but, you know, one of my big concerns is to be able to support these small farmers here because
Well, and the small, anybody producing food.
Anybody, yes.
And that is the new face of agriculture, the large cattle.
It's more decentralized.
Right.
Yeah.
The feedlots don't exist here anyway.
Right.
Thank you, God.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Except you go down to Nevada City and have to walk through the jungle.
Okay.
That's it. Meeting's adjourned.
Man.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.